ne suis que ton nom, le souffle lancinant de nos corps dans le son.
Morning, morning, 1, 1, 2, 1, 2, 1, 2, 1, 2. Tuki, necesito que me mires cuando me conteste en Gmail. Si está escuchando. 1, 2, 1, 2, 1, 2. Hello, hello. You should be hearing me now. Vale, mutealo.
Hello, welcome everyone. Very happy to see all these faces, very happy to see you people, amazing community. Here we are. AsyncAPI conference is on a tour. And this is StageOne in Madrid, in SNGULAR offices. And the second stage of this tour last month was in London on IBM offices. And today we are in Madrid. And next month, on November 13th, it will be in Bangalore, in India, in Postman offices. And it will also be part of API Days in France, in Paris, in the 14th of December. So very happy to see you people. After 4 years of online conference, here we are, a day for sharing, for learning, and for connecting. And we got a bunch of international speakers that came to share their expertise, their knowledge, their use cases. So we all can learn in this community. We will learn why we have an open specification and how that is important, because they are the rules for the playfield. And the journey is not always obvious, and the journey is not always easy, and we will learn that from Méndez, which is the founder of AsyncAPI initiative, which is here today with us to share his journey from side project to industry standard. And because this year, in 2023, we went from a side project to a community project because we changed the president or executive director. I don't know what name exactly it is, but we have a new president. So this start going to be a community-driven initiative. So we have this talk will be at, sorry because I didn't, it will be at 12 o'clock. But before that one, at 10 o'clock, we will have Lukasz Gornicki, which is the current president of AsyncAPI community, and maybe the last one, who knows. And he will talk about his vision about AsyncAPI community initiative, and the talk will be everything you wish to know about AsyncAPI community. So after this talk, everything else will be comments, because everything you wish to know will be here. 2023 is an important year because we changed the president, so this started to be a community-driven initiative, more community-driven initiative. But we also have a new major version of the specification. Well, last minute changes. Sergio Moya cannot be here for this talk, but we got Jonas Lagoni with Lukasz. They will explain to us what is new in this specification version, because there are major changes. It solves some confusion about how to document your APIs in version 2, but it opens the door, because now it not only is focusing how each message on single messages, but it focusing how applications connect. So let's see what comes and what tooling spring from this new specification, which is brand new, and we don't know exactly how many tools and how many things will come, because this opened the door to not only document single messages, but only document complex integration patterns, like, for example, a saga. So, but it's not me who is going to explain the details of AsyncAPI version 3. I leave it to Jonas and Lukasz. It will be at 10:30. Today, we have two talks which are about a new role, an emergent technical role that nobody expected, which is the technical writer. Nobody expected this role, but now everybody wants a technical writer in their team. And why is that? Well, because we need to know how to use technology, and we need to know how to integrate with third-party technology. And writing for humans is a different skill than writing software for machines. So we have two talks. At 11 o'clock, we have Cynthia Peter that is going to share her journey as an open source contributor. And we also have another female talk. This will be in the afternoon with Alejandra Quetzalli that will share her vision about ecosystem creation, community creation for creating documentation. So these are our two technical writers and two female talks for today. And also in the morning, this one will be at 12:30. Benjamin Gottstein is here to share his expertise in API management for event-driven architectures. He comes from Solas, and we are eager to listen to your talk at 12:30. And after that, at 1 o'clock, Iván del Viejo Garcia and myself, which are from Singular, we are going to share our one new tool for converting the discoveries of an event storming session, which is a nice tool for event-driven architectures, this analysis and design, how we can convert these findings into a conceptual model and into working software automatically and with little effort, and retaining the language of the business that we discovered in the event storming session. So stay tuned. After this one, we will have a 2 hours break. We will do we have time for networking, for community, for sharing, and because all the talks are scheduled to be 30 minutes and they go one after the other without interruption, we got 2 breaks and the lunch break, and there will be no questions, but we can have this 2 hours break to create community and hold on all your questions about for the speakers, and all the speakers will be able to recall for feedback from the audience. So 2 hours, we will have big gathering together nearby, thanks to Singular. And after the break, Abel Gomez is going to share his experience about real-time data with smart ports platforms. It will be a live coding presentation. So we are eager to hear from him at 3:30. And after this one, José García Maciñeiras, which is from Singular as well, comes from A Coruña, my hometown. He's going to present the last new version of KLOGen, which is a tool for filling a Kafka topic with test data, synthetic test data, automatic generation, and massive. Because an empty Kafka is a sad Kafka. And after this one, we got a talk for Jeff Pollock. We hope he's on time to join us about he's a vice president of products at Oracle, and he will be talking about change data capture from relational database to event-driven architectures with exactly once delivery promise. And after this one, I have a second talk. Well, because I play at home, I don't know exactly. Well, let me tell you a little story. 1 year ago, my objective, my goal for this 2023 was just to be a speaker on a AsyncAPI conference and to share the little things that I was learning and to share one tool that I was creating. First, it was inside a corporation, and then about 1 year ago, around 1 year ago, I created an open source version, different codes, but same ideas. And I will be giving this presentation. It's a code generator for AsyncAPI. The code is quite new, but the ideas are battle tested in production for a number of years. So I will be fulfilling this goal of mine to be speaking at a AsyncAPI conference, because this, for me, is an amazing community, because it's very welcoming, it's very professional, but it's very open-minded and very including. And the things don't happen just on itself, and we will learn some of the reasons for this today. So thank you very much for all the attendance. Thank you very much for our sponsors. Thank you very much to SNGULAR to host us here today at the StageOne in Madrid. And obviously, thank you very much for all the speakers who came to share your experience, your knowledge. Today will be a day for sharing, learning, and connection. So in a few minutes, I don't know, yeah, in a few minutes, we will start with the first talk, everything you wish to know from AsyncAPI community from Lukasz Gornicki. So thank you very much, and a few minutes break, we can start networking, and we'll be live at 10 o'clock. Okay. See you.
Hi folks, I'm Lukasz Gornicki. I have this great privilege to be an executive director for AsyncAPI initiative, but it's basically thanks to Postman that is paying me to do the work for the community. And today I wanted to talk to you about basically everything you, at least I assume you wanted to know about AsyncAPI initiative. And the first topic, not sure if it's surprising for you or not, but the first topic I want to talk is about differences between AsyncAPI and OpenAPI. Because I was thinking, what do you want to know about the initiative? So I started just checking some stats. And apparently AsyncAPI, OpenAPI is pretty hot, because in Google search console that we have connected with our website, we can see that people in top 3 queries usually ask about what's the difference between AsyncAPI and OpenAPI. Also on docs level, we see that the most popular document that people read is actually the story of how AsyncAPI came from OpenAPI. It was basically an inspiration for AsyncAPI, the OpenAPI project. And last but not least, AsyncAPI blog. One of the top 3 articles so far, all time, is actually an article from Jesse from Solus about differences between AsyncAPI and OpenAPI. So yeah, let's talk about what you want to know. So the common stuff is that we both are part of a Linux Foundation. I think that's the only similarity. But yeah, it's basically IP of the project, and nobody using AsyncAPI or OpenAPI have to be worried that some venture capital at some point of time will change the license and start charging for AsyncAPI. So luckily, both projects are under the umbrella of Linux Foundation. One more thing where we're pretty similar, it's as I said at the beginning, AsyncAPI was inspired on OpenAPI. So the structure of the documents, when you look on OpenAPI and AsyncAPI, they have a lot of similarities, but with 3.0 that's going to change. Even in the spec, we no longer say that we plan to be in the structure of the document similar to OpenAPI. I think the most important thing, if it comes to the support of the spec, is the difference on the protocol level. So prior 3.1, in the OpenAPI spec, you could read that it's designed for RESTful APIs. Since 3.1, it still says that it's for HTTP protocol, while in AsyncAPI, in event-driven world, the circus has a lot of actors in it. Many different protocols. So AsyncAPI is designed to be protocol agnostic. It's not just for HTTP or just for Kafka. It has a feature called bindings that basically allows you to plug in whatever protocol you want to use with AsyncAPI. So that's pretty big difference with OpenAPI. Now, this is my favorite. Anyone, except of people that saw this presentation in the past, anyone knows what this picture represents? Yeah, why would you? But yeah, it's a round table. In Poland, we call it round table agreement. It took place in 1989, where, yeah, the communism was going away from the East Europe. And in Poland, that was a communist country for many years. We had to do something to basically kick out communists, do democracy, but do it without bloodshed, where everyone are equal and can discuss things together. So this is actually a real picture of the round table where old communists, young Democrats, and different church representatives were sitting at the round table to make sure that nobody has more power at the table. Nobody perceives as a person at the table that it's on the top of the table, it's probably someone important. They all were super equal, discussing what's the future of the project of Polish country. So I like to compare AsyncAPI to this approach, because our approach at AsyncAPI is pretty unique also in open source, where Like we really put a lot of efforts in making sure that in the technical steering committee of the project, we valued in the same way people that come from Postman or IBM and people that are just individual contributors. Because like for us, it's important that we group people that want to take project further, evolve it in the future, and they just have the project in their minds, no special businesses. So that's how different it is from, I guess, OpenAPI, but I might be wrong. Last but not least, something that I like to always remind people of, AsyncAPI is very much different on the definition level of the initiative, because like OpenAPI initiative, when it was formed, the goal was that it's a project that will take care of the OpenAPI specification only. No tools, nothing like that. It's just the spec and evolution of the spec. In AsyncAPI, we do both. So spec is important, but it's also important to provide a set of default tools that actually enable you to do something with this markdown document specification. So it's really important to remember at AsyncAPI there's a like bazillion of different tools that support AsyncAPI, and yeah, it causes, of course, a lot of traffic in the project and a lot of work. Yeah, the growth, it's always the best to show some nice diagrams. So a bit of explanation for Jonas that told me that it's not so fancy diagram in the past. So just to explain others, because Jonas didn't get it. When you see these lines here, the dotted lines, it actually shows the previous year, the traffic on the AsyncAPI website. And not dotted line is showing like the current year. So it still looks like it's a peak. It's maybe not a very big peak, but like we steadily get up and go further with the project. But my favorites one are these ones that are very controversial, are statistics from NPM. Because whenever I show these diagrams and I say like, hey, like look, like React component, this year something happened with the community, like we have over 2 million downloads, and many people start saying like, yeah, it's probably bots and CIs downloading packages like crazy. But that's not the thing. That's not how NPM works. That's not how corporations work. Whenever corporation is using NPM, they always have infrastructure. They never download directly from NPM. And also on CI level, many CIs, by default, they also have cache. They don't let you download always directly from NPM. So that's why I more actually trust numbers from NPM than from Google, where people forget that there's a huge trend in the community where people start installing Google Analytics blockers or use browsers that block Google Analytics by default. Like I myself use Brave for over 2 years, and I'm not here at the diagram. The most important number, I think, is the AsyncAPI specs package on NPM. It's a really tiny package, but it's a backbone for anyone that wants to build Node.js tools. Because this package is exposing JSON schemas that describe AsyncAPI spec. So we can imagine, like this year, just we had over 12 million downloads, and it's just for Node. We don't expose a specific, like we have one for Go, but for other languages, we don't have too many packages that expose JSON schemas, so people have to access them directly from GitHub. So we're tracking just really a small portion of the community. And as I said, like, because more people come, we also have a lot of tools. It means more and more work every year, which is pretty visible in this diagram. When you see the blue line shows the increase in issues, history creation in the project, while the red one is pretty stable, like it's the amount of stuff we are able to handle and resolve. So these lines are getting more and more disconnected, which is good, of course, for the project, not that good for maintainers. Contributor strength, we put so much effort into making sure that contributors can really onboard to the project, contribute to the project. And it's always paying back. We can see that we're regularly increasing the number of contributors, but again, not that much with maintainers. So growth is nice, but let's be transparent and let's say what are our bigger pains. And there are two super big pains, at least from my perspective. The first one is, you could guess already, I'm referring to it pretty often, the lack of maintainers, which I think it's pretty common in open source. Like companies and people, they're eager to contribute. It's easy to convince them to contribute, to push some code to upstream, but they're not so much happy with taking ownership of the code later and maintaining the code. So we're trying to change this side of the project, introducing different programs to solve it. Let's see how that goes in the future. The other one, which is super visible for me this year, because I had this goal this year to have as many as possible public case studies from different companies sharing how they use AsyncAPI. Yeah, the reality is that event-driven APIs people usually use for internal communication. So companies are not so happy to talk about how internal stuff work. It's pretty hard to get anything from people. So, but it doesn't mean we don't have end users. So I'm going to show you a list of companies that use AsyncAPI, and but yeah, without logos, because it's not official. So, for example, we know that Raiffeisen Bank uses AsyncAPI for the infrastructure handling in the bank. And we know it just because some folks from Raiffeisen Bank could present at Pulsar Summit. And that's how we learned about them. Not sure if we ever will be able to put their logo on the website with a detailed case study. Lego, we know that Lego uses extensively AsyncAPI, also mainly for handling the self-service for the infrastructure. And in the end, as a side effect, documentation, of course, rendering. It's like I'm already a few months in discussions for the case study. Yeah, maybe one day. Bank of New Zealand, for example, they presented at Kafka Summit a few years ago. They're using AsyncAPI to enable the self-service internally between internal teams, how to share information about the events in their internal platform. But yeah, never managed to get the case study. Zora Robotics, it's a pretty cool company doing some robotic IoT. That's actually one of the exceptions from the rule that people keep it internal if it comes to API, event-driven API, because it's IoT. So obviously, the whole API that they will have is it's event-driven. So in case of Zora, you can actually go to their portal to see the AsyncAPI documents they have because they expose the MQTT API for their platform developers. In London, we learned that Adobe uses AsyncAPI for code generation and docs. We actually, 2 days before London event, we learned that one of the presenters that wanted to share how City uses AsyncAPI, he had to decline because, yeah, he was apparently sharing some super secret event-driven API information. So yeah, the talk had to be removed. But yeah, we're going to keep the conversation running. We know about Slack, but they're super old adopters. They even adopted 1.2 version of AsyncAPI. And last but not least, we also know that GitHub uses AsyncAPI. And we know it just because they, once a year, not sure if you're aware, they have this really nice approach that they elect projects internally at GitHub and then send some money to these projects through GitHub sponsors. So we're getting once a year some euro from them, but we don't exactly know why they're paying, where they actually use AsyncAPI. But there's this one, the slide in the tunnel. Adio, very good and super cool open source citizen, a company from France, that they were the first ones to actually share openly how much they use AsyncAPI. They actually shared a detailed case study that is on our website. So yeah, I hope that next year when I'll show you this slide, it's going to be just full of logos, not just names. The other things about not end users, but vendors. So we know that SAP builds event-related products using AsyncAPI for very long. We know that Google does the same. They actually have a Google Pops Up binding officially introduced to AsyncAPI spec. Salesforce, the same thing, especially endpoint and queue binding. AWS benefits a lot because they have like huge adoption of SNS and SQS protocols. A lot of community members also contribute the bindings in our project. And then there's IBM as well with IBM MQ, but not only. There's a guy from IBM who also helps maintaining the spec, and they helped organizing AsyncAPI event in London a few weeks ago. But the pain is that from the list of these logos, like it's just IBM who's really the sponsor of the project. So like I'm on my personal journey to actually change it, to have more sponsors, but so far the best sponsors are IBM, and then a bit smaller players like Postman and Solace, who regularly are platinum sponsors. Now, if you go to Open Collective, to our account, and you see the estimated annual budget, it's like if we would have just one library, 2 developers, I think that would be a pretty nice budget. But it's a large project, spec and a lot of tools, $65,000. It's really not a lot, especially that we're very good at spending. So that's definitely something that has to change. But we're spending it well, you're going to see. So the painkillers. The painkillers that we can do as the initiative, as the community, are just the painkillers that we have, we can influence, we can actually control. So we're doing many different things, like AsyncAPI mentorship, where we actually pay mentees to do some work for the project. We actually, like now, we started paying out the first part of the grant from AsyncAPI mentorship. So it's like, I think this year we have like $18,000 assigned just to mentoring new folks in open source and tech. We also participate in things that, again, we can control. So GSOC, GSOT. Actually, we have a lot of budget assigned from Google Summer of Google Season of Docs. And we plan to also apply for this pretty hard word for me to say out loud, but it's like a German tech fund that is also supporting open source. So again, things that we can control. AsyncAPI ambassador. So we know there are many people out there talking about AsyncAPI, going to different conferences. Like from Adeo, there's one ambassador that regularly go to conferences in France talking about AsyncAPI. So we've organized a program, and we actually have an ambassador program lead here at the conference, Barbaño, who, if you want to talk to her later and become an ambassador, you should do it. So it's a program that helps us to connect all the ambassadors, give them something in exchange for talking about AsyncAPI, and basically bringing more ambassadors to the project. Actually, next week we start finally a regular bounty. We had a trial during the summer, so we are assigning $20,000 for the whole year. Again, to share money back from the sponsors with the community. And in this case, it's more focused on maintainers and regular contributors than like in case of mentorship when it's for early graduates or people that are new to open source. We managed also to save a bit to Open Collective. So even though we're part of Linux Foundation and we're just like under the umbrella of Linux Foundation, we didn't have a way like how to hire people that are independent. They're not just from Postman or IBM or whatever different company. So like this year we managed, thanks to Open Collective, to actually hire on a contract our community manager, Tuli, that actually made a lot of effort to make this conference happen. And last but not least, the conference on tour. So again, it's an initiative to, again, talk more about the project in different countries, to bring in more people, more companies, and possibly more case studies and the maintainers. But ending my talk, I think the community is the best painkiller. Whatever we plan to do, all these initiatives, they would not be able to exist and run if not the support of the community. Many of the initiatives I mentioned, they run by individuals to make the project better. So like my shout out to you, to the community, watching live or being here on the stage. Whenever you know that there's a company using AsyncAPI and is willing to talk about it, if you know that your company is having some funds to sponsor open source, let them know that there's this pretty cool AsyncAPI project that is the future of event-driven architectures. And you can ask me my email, they can reach me out, I can meet them, preach about the project, and get more people on the project. So yeah, for more, go to our website, join Slack. You'll easily find me also in one of these channels. If you want to talk to me directly, not in public, that's completely fine. But yeah, let's stay connected. Thank you. We're not doing questions, or are we doing questions? Because we have still time, right? Anyone has any questions? Or in the... Okay. Because there's a delay on the stream, right? Yeah?
For this effort of bringing new case studies, is a community effort, or is just mainly you or some people in the community, like, or everyone is just able to engage with the companies and point to the right direction inside the project? Or?
Yeah, so like, so there's a, in the website we have a template that anyone can actually take and talk to the companies. But I mean, I'm fully engaged into it because I know that like it's much easier when you actually get on a call with someone, you pick the knowledge from someone than expecting that someone will actually provide the information on their own. So even though we have a template, it doesn't work this way that people on their own come in and talk about AsyncAPI. But although I don't think it's just about it's internal, it's also probably people think it's not that important for us. So I'm mainly now engaged in this case study collection. But yeah, definitely, I don't think it's going to scale in the future. So I hope that once we collect few, we have a good example that we can engage with other. Yeah. I'm also trying to convince the companies that sponsor the project that it's like completely fine if they will talk to their customers, share the case studies, share example AsyncAPI documents, and if somewhere in the text they will say that part of the issue they solve with this commercial product, it's not a commercial, it's nothing bad. It's actually still a good knowledge for the community, like how certain issues are solved using AsyncAPI. So that's something I also started talking with the sponsors. Okay, I don't think there are any questions in the chat. So I'd like to just finish with like huge shout out to Tuli and Ivan. Like, I don't think, like, without them, I don't think we would be able to be here and do this live stream. So, like, super cool. Thank you.
All right. Good? Okay, perfect. Hello, folks. So I got the fortunate opportunity to speak here today instead of Sergio. So my name is Jonas. I'm the release coordinator for V3 of AsyncAPI. And I haven't planned anything. So we're kind of just taking it as we go. So how many here knows about V3 or have heard of it? Okay, 5% maybe, give or take. All right, so yeah, let's jump straight into it. One of the main triggers for V3 was something we call publish and subscribe confusion. How many here have been confused about subscribe and publish in the V3 spec? And that's about 90%. All right, so yeah, let's jump straight into it. So I have a very simple application that wants to consume from user signed up. I want to consume whenever a user sign up for whatever my system is. And here you can see that I use the publish keyword, which means that others are publishing to my application because I am consuming from it. So it's a flipped definition if you're defining it from the application's point of view. So through long discussions, we ended up with a very, very simple. You define exactly what your application does. Do you receive something? Do you send something? Those are kind of the only two kind of operations that you have. As you can probably see on the example, there's way more changes than just a publish and subscribe confusion. So have anyone ever wanted to reference channels? Share them between applications? Okay, 2%, 5% maybe. So what we did was we would like to be able to reuse channels. Channels should only define exactly what is on the topic, which means headers, what are the messages, and what's the address. So the way that we did that is that we removed the entire operation, split it out into a new root keyword, where you define exactly what are the operations that your application is performing. That's it. The channels just define the means of the operation. Yeah, and then in the operation itself, you then reference what is the channel that your operation is performing this action on. Any questions so far? No? Okay. As you probably noticed, we changed how you define messages for channels. You no longer define it as for example, one of the major ones is not using one-off, but just defining a simple message. Here, we kind of split it into that you define it as a key value pair. And instead of having a one-off, you just define the messages with an ID, and then, of course, the message definition. Yeah. Next one of the major ones is request reply. Have anyone tried to define request reply in V2 at all? Or wanted to? 1, 2, I have as well, 3. So it was pretty much impossible, especially with the flip meaning of the operation keywords. So we have had maybe 4 or 5 specific meetings just for request reply and distance that you see in event-driven architecture instead of just the regular HTTP request that we see in OpenAPI and how they support it. So we actually have kind of 4 use cases that we focused on. We have the very, very simple request reply pattern where you are using different channels. So for example, in this, like we see here, we have the ping and pong, which is you as the application is sending the ping request on the ping channel, and you expect a reply on the channel pong. So that's a very, very simple form of a request, how an application can request something. A replier is as simple as just changing the action keyword. So what it means is that in this application, it's actually responsible for replying to that ping request. So that means that it's receiving a ping, and then it's replying with a pong, or over the pong channel. And then we dive into kind of the more advanced request reply patterns. One of them are, well, what if you don't know the reply address, where to send the reply at design time, but you don't know it until you actually reach runtime. So what we did instead was that we allow you to define an address as null, meaning at design time we have no idea what the address is. But in the reply section, we further specify that the address itself for this specific reply is coming from, well, maybe I should do this. It's coming from the message header, where it has a reply to field. And at runtime, it uses this field to know where to send the reply. Another example is, well, what if you want to send the request reply over the same channel? You have it in HTTP, you have it in WebSocket. So what you're allowed to do is that you can define both of these with the same address. You can also merge them together as one, but here it's pretty clear that one is ping and has a specific message, and the other is for pong. And we are still using the very same request reply definition as we did in the first examples. So what if this is kind of an extension to the one we saw before, where you have multiple messages over the same channel or the same address? Here you can merge them together as well. So you can define multiple messages over the same channel definition that's using the same address, but has one or more messages. And you can then, in the ping or in the operation, you can then define that on this specific request, we are only interested in one message, ping. We don't care about that it can also be pong, but we further specify here or specific targeting what message we are interested in. And we can then do the same for the reply, where we specify that, well, we want the ping when we want the pong when we send the ping. Any questions for request reply? No? Okay. So back to this. Have anyone ever, let's see, so how many are using different message payloads? That's not the default schema type. One? One, okay. Two, maybe two. So yeah, one of the problems is that in V2, you're not able to reference a different schema payload or, for example, assign this schema format to that specific schema. So you wouldn't be able to reference like having a single reference that then contains both these information. In v3, we moved it into something called a multi-schema format object, I think. And it's basically just a conjunction of this property, schema format, that was part of the message, and then the payload. So now you can have this in the component sections together, and then just have a single reference without having to duplicate the schema format property multiple times. Traits. Anyone using traits? 1, 2, 3. Okay. So in v2, one of the things with traits is that if you would define it like this, where there's duplicate information, such as here where we have 2 descriptions, like we have the description in traits and we have the description in the root object. What would happen is that it would override that value. In the new, in v3, we changed this behavior. So if you define multiple or duplicate properties, that would mean that it's no longer overriding it, but it just adds, for example, in this here, we only add summary to that specific object, which kind of allows some kind of inheritance. URLs. How many are defining servers in their AsyncAPI application document? Anyone defining servers at all? 1, 2, 3. So one of the problems with v2 is that you kind of have duplicate information here. When you define the URL of the specific server, sometimes you will find that the URL contains the protocol in the same way that you define the protocol beneath, or maybe you're only doing one of those things. And the URL itself is also a little bit confusing, because then, for example, for the addresses, do they then get assigned to that URL as well, or how does that work? So we wanted to split it out into, well, basically 3 properties. We still have the same protocol, but now we have a host instead of the URL that are only describing the host information. That's it. It doesn't have anything to do with protocols. You don't need to format it in any specific way other than just the host. And then you have the path name afterwards. So this one is probably going to be a little bit weird. So there's 2 things here. In v2, you will probably see multiple cases where, for example, for the server security, if you have an OAuth test security definition, it must match this ID down here. It's implicit, but not explicit. So that means that you have to know exactly how the AsyncAPI definition works in order to know that those 2 are connected. Instead, we wanted to standardize this. So there's no more implicit references anywhere in the specification. Everything is explicit now. That also means that in this case, for the security example, we did have to add an extra field for the security schema called scopes, at least for OAuth, where you then define, well, what your scope would have been up here, but instead you define it in the actual component section instead. And we have the same in channels. If you want the channel to only operate over a specific server, you could implicitly define it with servers and then say production. But this production ID must match the one that you have up here in your server's definition. If it doesn't, at least the parser will give you an error. And the same thing happens for well, we just change it to a reference instead. There's a bunch of other features as well in the specification, but this is kind of what I tried to prepare this morning. So what else do we have? Oh yeah, so we're moving some fields around as well. Let me see. First of all, is there any general questions about V3, maybe? Before I just waste some time on the last minutes with some extra details. Any questions? It doesn't have to be V3 specifically, but it can be a process, it can be, yeah?
Yeah, hi, it's Ben from Solid. So I would have a question about the migration strategy from V2 to V3. We have a lot of customers using V2, and they would ask us, yeah, what would we recommend? How should we do it?
Is it on? Yeah, okay. So hi again, it's Ben from Solace. My question is about the migration strategy from V2 to V3, as we have a lot of customers using V2, and they would ask us, what would we recommend to migrate towards V3? So any ideas or suggestions would be great.
Everything in V3 has already been implemented in the converter, or most of it. There are some edge cases where the converter can't handle the input, where you have to do a little bit of extra work yourself. But generally, as you can see on the screen here, our CLI can convert V3 documents already. So that's one of the things. Secondly, there is going to be a migration guide specifically for this. So this entire page is going to be on release as well, where we explicitly go through all of the different things that are different and that has been changed from V2 to V3. And it details both with a more interactive guide for how things have changed from V2 to V3, but it's also giving you specific examples on each individual breaking change, for example, that you have to handle. And giving examples for them. Those are the same examples that I have used in, that I have shown you so far. So yeah, and of course, as soon as if you use the converter and it doesn't handle what you want it to handle, create an issue so we can fix it. Thank you for the question.
Very much.
Any other questions?
Yes, one of the most promising features of V3, I think, is that you separate the channels from the operations, and that brings the possibility of have menus of channels just for the company. So do you have any example or use cases that you have in mind about how can companies implement this, separating the channels from the actions, and because I think it brings a lot of possibility to V3.
I have a few cases where I'm pretty excited to use that in my own projects. One of the things are, I would expect that I will have a specific AsyncAPI file only defining channels. That's for my broker. That defines all the channels, all the messages, but it defines none of the operations of each application. From there, I can then, for each application, I simply reference those channels. They're always up to date. And then I define only the operations that my application is performing. That's it. That's one of the things that I'm mostly looking forward to, for sure. What are you looking forward to? Are you seeing a use case?
I'm exactly looking forward the same thing, but maybe I'm thinking it in the other way around, because I think that if you have an AsyncAPI file for all the channels for an organization, maybe it's going to become a bottleneck for managing that. But I think you can do it. It brings a lot of possibility and flexibility. You can do it the other way around, where each application is the owner of some channels, and then you have a menu of channels that reference those applications. So once you onboard one application, the menu of channels will be always updated. And because you can have multiple menus of channels, you can have one menu of channels for this domain, for the whole application, or for just for one saga, or for one replay response. There are a lot of possibilities, and that's why I'm asking if maybe we can create some place in the blog or in the documentation for people to share ideas, because I think this brings a lot of possibility, and that's why I was asking about your vision.
For sure, those are all the use cases for, like, we need specific design patterns for how you use AsyncAPI, and there's going to be multiple. And the website is probably the very best example. Like, get them on the website. And there's going to be multiple, but that's the, what's it called? Like, there's so many possibilities, which is the great side about it. But yeah, I agree. Like that thing about, for example, if an application is owning a specific topic, and then you only define the channel there, and if others, you can reference it. Yeah, perfect. Others? No? All right. How long? Like 10 minutes? No, 7 minutes? Yeah? Okay, so there's, of course, way more changes. And I haven't covered them all. I probably won't cover everything. But it's close. Let's see. Oh yeah, the only thing I haven't covered is that we are moving a few metadata. So in V2, in the root object, you would have tags, and you would have external documentation or external docs. But it didn't really make a lot of sense, since all of the metadata is part of the info object. So it was decided to move those two informations into the info object instead. Oh yeah, optional channels. There's no longer a requirement in V3 to specify the channels. That means that you can have an empty AsyncAPI object, document like this. You don't have to define it like this. Because we have seen this before, because people were using like the AsyncAPI document to define a menu of things. A menu of messages, a menu of channels. So you no longer have to do that workaround in order to do that specific use case. But yeah, that's actually all of the changes, I think. New trades, yeah. Yeah. One more. Have anyone ever wondered how a parameter of type Boolean is going to be encoded in the channel address, for example? One? Fran is the only one. He's also the one that proposed this change. So one of the things of parameters was that in V2, you could define it entirely as a well, basically a JSON schema object. So you could define exactly how you wanted those parameters to validate. But that also meant that you could actually define a parameter as an object, for example. But how do you take an object and simplify it down into the address? There's no definition for this. Instead, what we did is everything is strings. There's no Boolean. You can do a Boolean, but then it's a string encoded Boolean. You can't define numbers, it's also just a string, but you can of course use numbers. So we simplified the parameter schema all the way down to the very bare minimum. This is and it's only supporting enum, default, description, examples, and location. It's probably not going to be enough because we have seen a few comments about this where maybe you would like a pattern property, for example, to define that this is a number, this is an email, whatever. So probably that's going to change a little bit in 3.1, but propose it. If you see something where you're using different properties that are no longer available, let us know. But that's it. That's all I got. That's all the changes, actually. So thank you.
Okay, we starting in 5, 4, 3.
Yeah, you're good to go. Hey.
Go for it.
Okay, thank you so much. Hello everyone, and good morning, afternoon, evening, good night to some people. Okay, yes. Good day, everyone, and thank you so much for giving me the opportunity to speak here today. My name is Cynthia Peter. I am originally from Nigeria, but I currently live in Amsterdam. Pretty much very homeless because I just moved there about 6 or 7 weeks ago, and if you want to learn anything at all about Amsterdam, I need you to understand that the housing is a mess. It's horrible, and if you have plans to move there, just prepare to just get very, very tricked into it. So yes, so today I want to talk about my journey as an open source contributor. This is because very often people say contribute to open source, but it's very hard, it's very difficult, especially for newbies like myself. Okay, I'm not exactly a newbie, don't get me wrong. I've been in tech for like maybe 10 years, tried a couple of different things, but I'm speaking from a place of, I learned about open source for the first time in 2017. I attended a conference, DevFest, and at that time, someone spoke, Unico developer, I remember him very well, and he talked so much about how important it is to contribute to open source, the benefits, and how much value it gives, both to whoever is contributing and to the community at large. It was very interesting to me because I'm a people person, or I like to think of myself as one. So I reached out to him and I asked ways I could contribute. He was very kind and very patient. He talked about finding projects you care about and all of that. I actually did. I found projects I cared about, but hola, it doesn't work like that. I found this project and I reached out to them, but oftentimes I did not have the technical knowledge to understand anything. I just never got past the setup and installation phase. And that's like the first thing you need to understand or get through to do your first contributions anyways. Embracing uncertainties. So beginning of this year, I was among the unfortunate ones that got laid off from my job. And at the same time, I was moving to Malta as a digital nomad. So that meant I was moving to a new environment. And unfortunately, or fortunately, I had the opportunity to just enjoy living by the sea, which was very good. So during that time, I thought about, instead of rushing into getting a new job, this was a very good time for me to actually explore open source again and see if I'll be able to break into it. Last year, I did a little bit of open source contribution, but it was a good one because what I did first was I learned about this Igbo API thing. I am from Nigeria, I said that before. I am Igbo. It's a language and a tribe from Nigeria. I would like to say one of the strongest, but yeah, I won't say that out loud. So there's this Igbo API, and basically what it does is they are collating words, sentences, voice notes, everything just to preserve the language. And it interested me when I heard about it, and I offered to do the open source thingy again. But this was my first time of actually being able to get past the onboarding and get past the first couple of meetings, and it made sense. I was like, okay. So when the owner or the maintainer asked me how I would like to contribute, I was like, what's the simplest thing that can be done? What's the simplest thing? I know I'm a technical writer and all of that, but what is the simplest thing I can get done as a contributor? I don't need it to be technical. I don't need it to be nothing. Just tell me what I can do. You can record voice recordings, or you can check some of the languages. Since I'm very fluent, you can check some of the words and make sure that they're punctuated well and all of that. And I was like, okay, that sounds fine. And that was how I started. So when we talk about open source contributions, we oftentimes focus on the very technical parts, whereas one of the ways to actually get more people involved is the other parts, like the ones that seem simple, like maybe organizing events or planning stuff or just reviewing stuff, right? It puts a newbie like me in a position where I'm doing something that is very good. I'll see the results in like a very short time. And at the same time, I don't have to break my head to understand what publish and message is on my first week of contribution. So that was it. I recorded a couple of voice notes, and a few days later, I would go on the API, or I'll try to look at applications that are built on the API. And when I play the sound and I hear my voice, and I'm like, oh, I'm so proud of myself. I even wrote an article about it, right? But yes, that was really good. So this year, when I decided I wanted to get more active, I made a list of communities I was passionate about. I had the Igbo API, I had AsyncAPI. AsyncAPI fell into that list because there was a posting for a job, postman, and I reached out to, I've forgotten who exactly, and I said, I am a technical writer, and as much as I would like to apply for this job, I don't qualify for it. However, if you have a project you're part of, and you think you need contributors or volunteers, I'm currently jobless, and I'm not ready to go into the job market, but I would like to just play around and see how things go, right? I'm uncertain what I want to do. I don't know what my strengths are at this moment, but I want to explore and see what my opportunities are. And I remember the person said, okay, sure, no problems. What I will say is, he sent me an invite to the AsyncAPI Slack and said I should join, and I should reach out to him there. We'll have the conversations from there. And that was what I did. And in doing that, I was very uncertain. Like, I had no idea what I was doing. I was in a new environment. I wasn't ready to get back to working. But more than anything, I felt open source was my opportunity to just take a pause. For me, it was like a huge pause, take a pause and just focus on actually getting things done. So in embracing uncertainties, I acknowledged the uncertainties that I don't know if I'll be able to end up doing technical writing here, but one thing I know is I just want to contribute, and I just want to have fun doing that. So there was the adaptability and learning, which is trying to understand what AsyncAPI does. I recently had a call with Fran, where I tortured him with very dumb questions about, okay, so AsyncAPI explains to me like I'm 5. Why should I care about using AsyncAPI when there are like probably 110 million other options or not? And he was very kind to having that call with me. I still have lots of questions, however, but I think I am closer to understanding things better. Then risk-taking. It was risk-taking for them. Fran, Alejandra, who is my mentor, I totally understand how hard it is to take someone and help them try to understand this product, understand this thing, and get them to, how did he say it? Get them to participate. It's very hard. Like, it's very risky because I'm very flaky. One day I'm up there, and the second day I'm like below the ground. And but yes, it's a huge responsibility on their part. I don't take that for granted. The resilience, this goes both sides. They are very active in, hey, this is what we need to do. You can do it. Alejandra is always like, oh, you can do this. Oh, you got this. And Tulie also, it's always reaching out to me and telling me about stuff that needs to be done, just general brainstorming, which has been very helpful as well. Then innovation, there are lots of things I never thought I would be able to do. Like, for example, I'm currently working on an onboarding document for AsyncAPI with the help of Alejandra, of course. And I probably wouldn't have thought I'd be able to pull off such a huge project by myself, because a couple of times I've even thought about, I should just reach out to Alejandra and tell her I can continue, because it's the more I work on it, the more it gets big. And I was thinking this would probably be like a 5-pager or something, and now it's like having branches and having children, and it's becoming like this whole thing. But being able to find ways to think around it and create something beautiful or something that will help lots of newbies like myself when they decide to join has been very good for me. And then community collaboration. I mean, there's everybody here. Also, in other communities I've been a part of, like Write the Docs. I joined Write the Docs this year as well, sometime in, I've been a part of Write the Docs general community for like over 2 or 3 years, but I've never been active because the whole open source thingy was a little bit difficult for me to break into. But this year, because I had the time, I reached out again. And I was very particular about asking for help from people that were there already. So when I reached out, I said, I want to do open source, and I really want to use this opportunity to understand what the requirements and the responsibilities are. However, I'll need help. And help I have gotten, help I have received. So yes, that's part of the embracing the opportunity uncertainties part, the power of open source. So during one of our calls for Write the Docs, someone mentioned that they were attending a conference in Poland, in Krakow, Poland. And someone else mentioned they had one to attend in Amsterdam. After the call, I looked both conferences up, and I decided I was going to attend both of them. And when I did that, I reached out to some of my community folks, and I was like, hey, I have these two conferences. I'm not sure exactly which one I want to attend, but I'm thinking I'll probably see if I can pull through both of them. And they were like the same week, so it made sense. I mean, why not? And I prepped. I was in Krakow for SOAP conference, and I was in Amsterdam for API the Docs. So during API the Docs, that was when I met someone from one of the communities I was volunteering at, and she was like, hey, Cynthia, are you ready to start working? And I was like, I mean, I'm not actively applying or searching, but if something really good comes around, then definitely I'll take it. So she said, okay, I will introduce you to someone later. And I said, sure, no problems. So during the calls, I participated in Q&As, I had fun, I laughed. There was wine, so it's probably on the wine, but yeah. So yeah, it was good. It was 2 days of awesomeness. It was lovely. Towards the end of the conference, she introduced me to someone, and she said, hey, Cynthia, I need to meet Eve, and Eve's team is hiring for a technical writer. It's not out there yet. She just mentioned it in passing, but I think you would be a great addition to the team. And Eve, also being a very funny person, we went for more wine, and we ended up talking and laughing that evening. Well, a month after that, long story short, a month after that, I got the offer to join the team, to move to Amsterdam. And whenever people ask me, hey, Cynthia, how do you get most of your jobs? I'm like, if I've applied for 100 jobs before in my past, I've gotten 0 job offers from all of them. 0. I've never gotten any job I applied for. All the jobs I've ever gotten have been strictly community referrals. Oh, Cynthia, I think you'd be great for this job. Or people reach out to me maybe via Twitter or social media and be like, hey, Cynthia, we saw this thing you wrote, and we think you'd be a great addition to the team, right? And when I look back, or when people ask me, it's an opportunity for me to think back and reflect and try to understand where everything started and how I went through like lots of applications, lots of rejections, and eventually all I needed to do was attend a conference and speak to a couple of people while half drunk, and I got a job offer. But yes, that's the power of open source. I contributed to a couple of projects in the passing. I probably spent 2 hours getting something done, but then it was good enough for someone to be like, oh, Cynthia, this was really good. And the first opportunity she had to introduce me to an opportunity, she just did it, and it just worked, right? Well, all of this didn't go without challenges, right? Because for someone that learned about open source in 2017, it doesn't make any sense to call myself a contributor in like 2023. That's like years apart. But there were challenges, right? You join some communities and there is no single person to help onboard you. You join some communities and some of the questions you have, there is no single person to ask. And everybody says, oh, you can ask questions in this Ask a Question channel or this general channel, but I feel dumb asking these questions. So I don't want to ask on the general or the questions channel because I feel dumb. So I need someone that I'll feel less dumb talking to, and someone that probably won't judge me, like Fran. Fran was like, don't worry, I know you think he's stupid, but it's not. I'm like, yeah, I know he's stupid, but I'm gonna ask anyways, right? So yeah, that's it. no matter how comfortable you make a newbie or a new contributor feel, we are always going to feel like we have the dumbest questions. So sometimes I meet other, my fellow mentees from the AsyncAPI mentorship group, and when we're having conversations, and I'm like, oh, I don't understand this thing, what do you think? And they're like, oh my God, I don't understand it too. And I'm like, what? I thought you're like the smart one. And they're like, no, I don't understand shit. So most communities I joined at first were communities where there were no dedicated people to answer these questions or make people feel a little bit less awkward or less dumb, and that was difficult. I think API had that. I think API had that because Alejandra probably has seen some very good dumb questions, but she's always like, oh, don't worry, you're good, you get it all figured out. And that's been very encouraging because if I had communities or people that were very supportive of my open source journey from the first start or from my first contributions, I probably would have been more confident and I probably would have contributed to more products or more projects till now. Benefits. Well, the benefits are numerous. There are new opportunities, there are people. I probably wouldn't have traveled to Krakow if I wasn't a part of a community, an open source community. I probably wouldn't be able to travel to Amsterdam for the first time for a conference if I didn't hear about it from people. So there's something my people say, information is, for someone that doesn't know, whatever you don't know is bigger than you. So what that means is if I tell you that there's a cross right here and you don't know, you can't see it, there's nothing you can do about it. You don't know it, you don't know it. So no matter how tiny we feel the information is, for someone that doesn't know it or doesn't understand it, they don't understand it. And at that moment, that information is bigger than you. It's bigger than you can think because it could make you, it could mar you, it could be anything. It could be something that saves you, right? And a community does that. And weirdly enough, the day those conferences came up, it was just casual. We just finished having a call and someone was like, do you guys have any plans for the month or next weekend? And then someone just said, oh, I'm attending a conference. It was very casual, it was very in passing, but it literally changed a lot of things for me. So for open source, embracing lots of uncertainties in this journey, it has taught me that most of the time, we might not know what like the end goal is, but more than anything, you should just focus on the next step. And it's at the end of the journey, when you look back, that you actually see how far you've come. Yeah, for people that have not, or that still do not contribute to open source, Lukasz mentioned earlier that there was a lack of maintainers, and I really want to encourage everyone here, if you can, spend some time doing open source, contributing, or even reaching out to be a maintainer, because for maintainers, I know it's tasking and I know it's challenging. It is as much as it is for contributors, because there are sometimes I have to weigh, do I really want to contribute? Do I have the time to? Because I have job, I have school, and I have other responsibilities as well. But I think one thing that has helped me is being able to dedicate time, like specific times in a week or in a day to get this done. So I put that on my calendar, and oftentimes I don't listen to it. I just like, yeah, I'll do it later. But for the times I do, I end up having like really quality contributions anyway. So please, if you can, make time to contribute to open source projects. Real world examples, probably already gave lots of that. So in my journey, I found a community, an extra pair of eyes. So when I decided to take a pause from working earlier this year, one of the things I wanted to really do was get an extra pair of eyes for my work. And what that meant is, so I've worked as a technical writer for like years. However, I've worked solo for a very long time as well. Even as a developer, I mostly worked solo. I'll probably have just one senior developer, maybe a project manager, and he's always like, oh, this is good, you're good, you're good, you're good. Compared to having like a community or other group of people, whenever we hop on meetings or calls, I throw an idea out and I see someone questioning my decision. Okay, why do you think? And it makes me think. It makes me spend more time in understanding whatever solutions I want to put out, which is like really, really good because working alone doesn't give you that. Working alone is like you do a couple of things and you send out and they're like, oh, this is good, oh, perfect. But having other people, peers, or someone that really, really wants to contribute to your growth or to the product or project, it's amazing because they serve as that extra pair of eyes to tell you, oh, you're having an error here because there's like a column here and you shouldn't have a column here. You probably look at that screen for like the whole day and you won't even notice that there was a column. But having someone just look could just solve that problem. Adaptability and learning, I have been able to adapt, figure out how to relate to different people from different places, different countries, orientation and everything. So when I'm speaking to some people now, I know, oh, I have to reduce my pace. I don't have to speak very fast. And also the opportunity to learn. There are mentorship opportunities. Like I said, I'm currently being mentored by Alejandra from AsyncAPI as technical writer. Networking opportunities. I have the opportunity to speak to lots of people in this room, like now, or during the break time. And for other conferences I've attended as well, I have opportunities of meeting people and just talking, learning about them, connecting with them on social media. And sometimes I just hit them up to like, okay, hey, I have this thing, or I have this idea, and I need your inputs. Portfolio enhancements. Obviously, whenever people reach out to me now and like, hey, what should I do for my portfolio? I'm like, I don't know, but the first thing I can think of is just get to contributing to open source projects. Because that way, you're contributing to like a big project and somewhere you see an actual result, or you see your actual contributions play out anyways. So yes, contributing to open source has helped me in building a portfolio. Community collaboration, basically the same. So the future, I see a future for myself where I'm able to get grounded in the basics of open source and be able to help people as well. Maybe not as a maintainer, but as someone or part of a community that really wants to see people that are curious about open source actually grow or get into it. I've been able to do that with a couple of people, just tell them when they reach out to me and they're curious about certain projects or how to build portfolio, I point them to help them maybe make their first contributions and all. I also see a future where for communities, or AsyncAPI specifically, or Igbo API or other communities I'm a part of, where we are able to have solid onboarding documents that can help anyone at any level at all understand the basics about a project. Because I feel genuinely that's like the first thing. For someone to contribute to a project and do it well, they need to understand the basic idea. What problem is this solving? Why is this the best solution? Why should someone care? Because if I understand why someone should care about AsyncAPI, it's going to be easier for me to sell it in any way possible to every other person. So yeah, I see a future where open source communities are able to create solid onboarding documents to help people get started. Yeah, Q&A. If you have any questions, please ask. And if you don't, we can talk later, maybe during the lunch break or anything break anyways. So, questions?
Okay, Cynthia. I have a question. Well, First, thank for sharing your journey, because I think we all be in that journey and we can feel related, because it's about community, it's about networking, it's about learning, it's about a portfolio building also. Sometimes you also feel lonely because, hello, there is something out there, I'm working with someone is benefit from this, but the question I got for you is, as an open source contributor and as a person working with, what are the signals that you would look on a community, for a healthy community you want to contribute to? Because I think this is something that sometimes in online forums where people don't know the person personally, things sometimes get distant. So what are the signals that you would look, because you look like a person, a people person, and so maybe you can share that.
Okay, thank you so much for the question. I think the first thing is the people, and not necessarily someone I know. When I joined AsyncAPI, I don't think I knew anyone from the community, but the way the community received me, right? So immediately I joined, I introduced myself, and I said I was interested in docs, and I think, was it Lukasz, or I've forgotten who, they pointed me to Alejandra and said I should reach out to Alejandra immediately. So I think just the process, first I was received properly, secondly I was pointed to like the next step, was like the first good thing I can do. Immediately I joined, because when people join communities, it's because someone said something about the community or someone mentioned something about the community. So they are interested. So when they join, it's very important to have someone that is like, hey, oh, you said you're a technical writer, right? Okay, join this channel, right? So if there is no one person to do that, that's where the onboarding document comes in, right? Once there's an onboarding document that tells me this is what I need to do, it's a signal for me that, oh, I'm welcomed and I can do the next thing I want to do to become a contributor. But when there is no pathway, there is no process set in place to get someone onboarded, I could check Slack. When I joined a Slack channel, I could check Slack that whole day and maybe the next day 2 or 3 times. And if by the end of the week, there is no, hey, Cynthia, welcome to our community. Next steps you should do is do this. That's it, I'll forget the channel. That's it for me, and I think that's the same thing for most people I've spoken to. So it's, the first thing I look out for is there a laid out plan for how I can contribute to this community and be successful at it? Once there's a laid out plan, an onboarding document, or just pointers, hey, Cynthia, welcome to the community, join the docs channel if you want to contribute to docs. And then there's something Lukasz does where he just says, hey, doc writers, we have a very small issue we need help with. That small issue, the first contribution I did for AsyncAPI was like fixing a small issue. I think it was a typo or something. But it helped me set up immediately. I was able to set up. I was able to create my own branch. Just knowing those basic rules. I mean, there was some information that were not there. Like, I didn't know I thought I should create a feature branch to make the contribution. But at that point, there was no guide around that to say, oh, you need to create a feature branch. So I asked. But just having that first tiny issue and saying, oh, yes, I can handle this. And he said, oh, Cynthia, go for it. That was very, very helpful. And immediately I made my first contribution. I always looked out for the Slack channel to see, oh, was there something else? Is there something else I can help out with? Is there a conversation going on? So yeah, the first thing is reception. The second thing is there like a guide or a plan for a new person like me to understand this project and contribute to it? Did I answer your question? Did I answer your question?
Of course.
Okay, yes, that's it. Any other questions? Hopefully, okay. Yeah.
First of all, congratulations for this great talk, and thank you for sharing your journey.
Thank you.
And my question for you is, are you considering start mentoring other people? Because, I mean, you said you have mentors, but your experience is great, and I'm sure it will be very valuable for people that is starting the journey. So are you already mentoring someone or considering start mentoring?
Yes, I mentor, but the kind of mentorship I give at this moment is not like it's not like on a full-time basis. I have people that reach out to me about maybe challenges or whatever they're doing, and I make out time for calls or help them review their resume and stuff like that, but nothing like laid out in a row because I'm still figuring myself out. I mean, I just started a new job, I'm still homeless, and yeah, I'm still in the middle of adapting to my new environment, but it's definitely something I would like to explore. Just maybe not mentoring, but just helping people and just showing them the way because it's something I enjoy doing anyways. So yes, thank you. Yes, and that is it. Thank you for listening to me and participating in this talk. Yeah, thank you so much. Thank you for having me.
So hello, everyone. Thanks for coming to this second edition of the AsyncAPI conference on tour in Madrid. And thanks, SNGULAR, for helping organizing it, and to all the, all the community members who are actually making it happen. So I will ask for a big round of applause to these community members and these people making it happen, please. All right, so let's start with a little bit of a story, and history as well. Does everybody know here what is this? San Francisco, correct? You're right? Yeah, Salesforce Tower. So today is not today. Today is 15th of October of 2018. Okay, so it's actually like almost exactly 5 years ago. So I'm there. I'm there in the top of that tower, on the freaking top, let's say that way. They paid for my trip. They paid for the whole trip in a, with a business class, 5-star hotel and everything. And I was like, all right, let's do it. Let's go there. So I'm there. Just to put it in context, I was a developer at New Relic at the time. Developer struggling to get to team lead. Just so you see, just so you get an idea. And I was there, and they were offering me to become a director of engineering at MuleSoft, at Salesforce. Right? So I'm from Badajoz, so those who are from Badajoz now and Extremadura, they know what I mean. So it's like, what the hell am I doing here? And why do you want me, what the hell is happening? Can you please explain me, right? So yeah. Let me tell you this story a little bit relaxed, let's say in a relaxed way, because let's get back to a few years before, right? This is previously to working at New Relic. I was working at Hitch. I don't know if maybe some of you heard about this startup. It was a startup for a year and a half, more or less. And I was working there with Bruno Pedro and many other folks as well. It was also called at some point API changelog, but we changed it to Hitch. So, well, in short, and I don't want to extend so much on this, but just to put it in context, we had a microservices architecture at Hitch because it was an API changelog, so it was about events, like changes that people were doing to their APIs, right? So it was about events. So it was an event-driven architecture, let's say microservices-based, event-based architecture on microservices. So it made, let's say, total sense to have that. We had RabbitMQ at the time, no Kafka or anything like that. And yeah, so it made total sense to create something for us. We were an OpenAPI first company, so we were offering a product on top of OpenAPI. So we were recommending our potential customers. We were a startup, so we didn't have customers yet. The thing is that we were let's say, recommending our customers to use OpenAPI and be OpenAPI first. So they define the OpenAPI document and everything, and from there they operate and so on. But we couldn't do it ourselves because there was nothing like OpenAPI but for RabbitMQ, right? So we couldn't do it. So this crazy guy here one day went to speak at the Nordic APIs conference in Stockholm. And I was like this, way different than now, because now I feel in between friends. But I was shaking. And the reason is that I tried to learn the whole presentation as a movie, what's it called? script, as a movie script, word by word. I always failed history at school because I didn't remember dates. And I was trying to remember the whole presentation, word by word. Sure, Fran, you're going to do it. So in the end, what happened is that, as usual, I had to improvise. But freaking nervous because I wanted to do it like the way it was supposed to do, right? The thing is that in this conference, I got to speak to many people. And I kind of validated the idea with other people that they were not having the same problem, but they were like, yeah, it sounds interesting. So I went through the whole OpenAPI specification, I think like 4 or 5 times, from top to bottom. I don't recommend it. I mean, they did a great job, but it's like reading a whole specification it's a pain. It's the AsyncAPI one as well, not same because of OpenAPI. And then at some point, I started changing paragraphs here and there, changing things here and there, just to adapt it to what I needed. But that was just a document, right? Like that doesn't have any functionality. So I started also building some documentation generators, code generators, and so on. So yeah, at that time, and I still do it actually, every time I do something, I do it open source by default. Unless there's a huge reason why not to do it, right? Like the company is paying me to keep it private, for instance. So, so yeah, I never use, I have this kind of like a personal policy of not using any external drives for anything. Like I just save it. Whatever I do, I save it on GitHub. And if there's no reason for keeping it private, it's always public, basically. And so yeah, I created. I was going to put it on my GitHub, but then I decided like, let's create a AsyncAPI organization on GitHub because I'm feeling like, yeah, this is gonna be cool, right? Like, yeah, I validated it in Stockholm, like everybody's gonna contribute, right? And yeah, and I'm also gonna open a Slack workspace because yeah, I'm gonna get a lot of contributors and we're gonna make it happen. This silence, complete silence, every day, opening Slack and telling people, actually you can check it because now we have a full history, and telling people what I was doing. I'm doing this, now I added this to AsyncAPI, now I added that. I think this is cool, and the funny part is that the majority of the people there were people from my company, right? So they already knew at the time what I was doing before I posted it on Slack. So they were anyway like, who cares? We're not gonna post it here. We're not gonna chat with you on Slack, Fran, because we already have the company Slack and you already told us, and in person as well. So yeah, I was speaking alone. Like we say in Spanish, it's like speaking to the wall, right? It's like I was basically speaking to no one, right? Or so I thought. One day, I get this mention on Twitter from my friend Nico, and I say I got this mention because, as you can see there, it says AsyncAPI. It doesn't say Fran or FM Villas like my account, right? And I'm saying this because AsyncAPI was my account at that time. Like there was no one else there, so it was me, basically. So I got to mention, he's on the Spec by Slack conference. It's a conference that Slack is organizing or was organizing every year. It was a huge one in San Francisco. And he sent me this picture. Like, dude, your project is on stage. New AsyncAPI spec for Events API. Slack is using AsyncAPI. And I was like, dude, this is amazing, right? This is awesome. And at the same time, I was like, fucking bastards. like, I was like, I've been speaking along here, you know, for what, a year or more, thinking I was along, and they were using AsyncAPI, and nobody told me. Nobody spoke a single word saying, hey, Frank, we're using it, just so you know. Nobody ever. Yeah. So yeah, the thing is that, well, to me that was like another stage. It's a different stage in the history of AsyncAPI, and it's basically the first thought that came to my mind was, oh my God, like I now have to review everything that I've done. Because I was working alone, so I was working like nobody's watching, so I was just pushing shitty code, shitty stuff, like, this is just for me, whip, right? Work in progress all the time, and huge commits, and a commit every 5 minutes with unfinished stuff. No pull requests, obviously, push to master. Like, who's gonna review it? Am I gonna approve myself? No, master directly. So yeah, and that was a whole mess. Like, it's like, I knew there were lots of things that were not complete or of good quality, let's say. Like they didn't have good quality. So I was like damn, like I gotta like, I have to fix this. I have to, I have to solve that problem with the language there. I have to solve that problem because it's incomplete. The tool is not working as it's supposed, as is the spec. I have to, I have to. And I collapsed, basically. I collapsed. So, actually, I said that I collapsed, and I didn't literally collapse. I didn't collapse to the floor, but I could have been possible. But this is, by the way, this is the only word in the whole presentation. First time. So that was exactly what happened to me at the time, and that something that happened to many of you, and we don't speak aloud about this. I burned out. Like, it was too much for me already. It was a lot, right, to handle. And yes, I was excited that Slack was using it, but at the same time, I was like, it's disappointing. I'm working for free for a big corporation, right? And they're not contributing back. This is disappointing. So just so you get a sense of what was happening is, I used to work in Barcelona and live in Sitges. Sitges is a small village in the south of Barcelona, like 1 hour by train. So I was going every day to Barcelona by train and working on my laptop on the train, because that was the only time that I had to work on AsyncAPI, because the rest of the time I had to work on the company, right, on the company stuff, on New Relic. And back home, I was working on weekends, on afternoons, until late. Eva, my wife, was like about to kill me, and with a very good reason, but yeah. The only thing that I had as escape was to play volleyball. And don't get me wrong, I suck big time at volleyball, but that was relaxing to play on the beach, and then be able to enjoy the beach there. It was, by the way, it was summer, right? When it happened, it was summer of the 2018, I think it was, yeah. So yeah, thing is that at some point during this summer, I started having some conversations with some community members. So finally, we get some community members on Slack, right? And on GitHub as well from time to time. And people speaking. Sorry. So these people, just let's say, they came to my Slack, and I feel it like that. Not anymore, but at the time I feel it like it was my Slack, right? They came to my Slack at that point, super interested about AsyncAPI. Actually, 2 Spanish guys working in San Francisco. And they were like super pumped about it. And at some point, I got an offer, and an offer to travel to San Francisco, right? So, so yeah, as you can imagine, is this picture that you saw before. So the company was Salesforce, MuleSoft, acquired by Salesforce. That's why they were there. And they wanted me to travel and meet them. And I was like, why not a video call? Like, like, isn't it the same? Like, just like we can have a chat in a video call and that would be more than enough, right? Like, no, we want you here. We want you here. We want you to come here and discuss things here with the CTO and the CEO and so on. And I was like, CTO, you said CTO and CEO of a big corporation? I'm a developer, don't forget. So, from AACoT'. So, it's like, what am I supposed to do there? So yeah. I got a formal email from the company saying they want to invest in AsyncAPI. They don't want calls. They want me there. So I had to ask my manager, which, by the way, I got married at that, in that summer. So I had lots of holidays already taken because of my wedding. So I had to ask my manager, like, you know what? I asked for 2 weeks here, but I'm going to remove part of my holiday. So during the holidays, I called my manager and say, please reduce the holidays. So I'm getting back sooner as expected. And let me do another 1 week. I think it was in October. Yeah, I said it actually, in October. So let me take 1 more week in October. And he said, like, yeah, it's just fine. I actually explained him what was happening. And he was like, fuck yeah, like, you're going to take these holidays, like, no matter what. So, yeah, he was very supportive. And so, yeah. And that's how it happened. That's how I got there on the Salesforce tower. So as I said, everything was paired. I reinforced this a lot, like everything was paired, because at that time, to me, it was like, I find it super exciting and incredible to me that someone is paying the trip to San Francisco to me. Not to mention business and 5 stars hotel, right? Like, this is like, I was still like, now that I'm more in this director position and so on, it's like, okay, you see it more often and so on. But at that time, to me, it was like incredible. And it's not my company, it's another company, right? So yeah, if it's your company, that's understandable. So yeah, so what do they want? Like, I was wondering, like, what the hell do they want from me? Like, why are they so friendly? Like, they don't know me, right? They just, for a few messages in Slack, like, I don't know if this will happen to you as well, but my instinct will immediately tell me to not trust them. Because there's, like, they want something back, and they're not telling me. They want to tell me there. So I don't even know how to translate this to English. We say envolvente in Spanish. It's like something surrounding you. Like they trying to make this strategy to surround you, to make you feel like, oh, it's super good, super soft. Everything is good. Everything is nice. But at the end, it has a price, right? So yeah, I was feeling that. I was seeing it coming, but I couldn't see what. Right? So I was like, what do they want? Well, they wanted everything. They wanted everything, the whole project, the tools, the spec, all the things that I've done. So yeah, once again, what the hell is happening? Like, why do they want everything, right? I was super surprised about it. So, and by the way, I like to put this picture, I forgot to mention, because these are the views from the top of the tower. I spend most of my time there, having informal meetings with the CTO and so on. So, looking at these views, and free everything, free food, free coffee, free everything, right? Free tour around the city as well, free everything. I was so super overwhelmed. And yes, it was a little bit like overwhelming, I would say. Free dinners with them, with the CEO, CTO, and so on, and they made this offer, right? They want me to become director of engineering at MuleSoft, and they want me to form a team of whatever, 10 people, 20 people, whatever I needed, right? San Francisco salary. I was a developer. I want to reinforce this. Struggling to get to lead developer. So you offer me director of engineering with a San Francisco salary. I could get back to Badajoz and basically buy Badajoz. So not buy it, but yeah, and feel like you are the king there, right? I rejected it. I rejected the offer, right? So they offered me a bunch of money and the perfect offer, right? And I rejected it, and I cried it. I cried a lot. Actually, so I suffer from Crohn's disease. It's an inflammatory disease of the bowel, right? So when I get nervous, I have to go to the toilet, right? I actually like to say this because I want to make it visible, make this disease visible, because it's affecting a lot of people and they're not speaking about it. So yeah. But the reality is that after those 3 days of meetings, and the last meeting was fucking stressful, I went to the toilet and I cried like a child. Like, with this amount of money, Eva is my wife, Eva and I could have lived like perfectly. You know, like, it's a lot of money. Like, solved, problem solved. That's it. It was worth it already. But the problem is that, you know, I didn't like the offer, and you probably wonder why, right? And the offer is that, as I was coming from the experience with OpenAPI, and OpenAPI is highly, OpenAPI and RAML as well, so these are specifications for HTTP APIs, for REST APIs. And RAML, which is created by MuleSoft, basically lost the battle against AsyncAPI, against OpenAPI. Because it was a proprietary format, open source, but still, this is open source, not open open governance. So it was basically maintained by them, and they decide what was going into RAML. And OpenAPI, formerly known as Swagger, was becoming part of Linux Foundation and an effort of multiple companies and every company. So yeah, of course, they lost the battle. And they wanted to do the same thing with AsyncAPI, the same thing with RAML, as they did with RAML. So yeah, so AsyncAPI is good. I mean, it was about time that someone else will create something like AsyncAPI and put it open governance and Linux Foundation or somewhere else, and we will lose the battle again and repeat the same mistakes, right? And on top of that, like, I had always this vision of making it community-driven and create a community around it. And to me, it was like super important to get money from the companies, but I always found super unfair that just because you're paying some money that is nothing for you, because it's no money for you, it's like you giving €1, you get to vote and decide the future of the project. That's highly unfair to me, and I didn't like that, right? So, not to mention if there's going to be just one company ruling it all, right? That's like freaking insane, right? So we thought, actually, at that point already with Lukasz getting involved in the project, like, we thought, like, we should be giving priority to the contributors, right? So if you could, the way you get to decide the future of the project is by contributing. If you don't contribute, it's not your project. We're thankful for the money that you can give us, that you can donate to us. Of course, because then we can use it to give it back to the community. But you should not have the right to decide on the project and to vote on anything just because you're giving us money. Because or let's put it other way, then you have to pay way, way more. Right? Millions, probably, of dollars, which is probably not worth it anymore for you, right? So yeah. On top of that as well, something Lukasz and I discussed at the time was, like, we want to have, like, radical transparency as well. Like, we actually came up with this term, like, I think it was Kin Lane who came up with this term and said, like, I guess a term I actually like it, I love it. And it's exactly what it says, it's radical transparency. So whatever we do needs to be transparent. No decisions or meetings. Everything needs to be documented as much as possible, of course. And we don't always honored this, so we need to get better. But we try to be as transparent and as fair as possible, right? So, and of course, let's not forget about it needs to be open governance. People get their mouth like full speaking about open source. We contribute to open source. But most of them don't actually mention that it's not open governance. It's open source just because they're sharing the code. They're sharing the resources, whatever, markdown, code, whatever. But to me, that's not open source. To me, with this, what you're trying to do is you're trying to get free developers. That's what you're trying to do. So you're trying to get people who develop stuff for you for free, so you don't have to pay them. That's why you open source again. And because it's not that key for your business after all. So yeah, let's put it open, and let's leave these developers to help us develop it, right? But whatever we decide, of course, not whatever they want. So we created this issue, you implement it, thanks for your work. Here's your avatar. You're a contributor now, yay. But you don't decide any shit. We decided, right? That's not open source. So it needs to be open governance, and we need to say it more often, right? So yeah. So the thing is that we made it happen. We made it, I mean, look at it right now, right? We made it happen. We donated the project to Linux Foundation in February 2021. In October 2020, actually, right after the pandemic or the pandemic, we joined Postman to work full time on AsyncAPI. And the most important thing to me, at least, to mention here, I got the offer from MuleSoft, but from Postman. But without that part of we own it. You live it, you manage it. You can donate it to Linux Foundation and do whatever you want. You keep it open. We don't want it. We just want you to work on it. We just want you to make it happen. Of course, because it's also useful for Postman. If we manage to create, if we manage to make AsyncAPI succeed and event-driven architectures, then there will be an open market for Postman to make money, right, as well. So it's not an NGO, right? So Postman is not an NGO. It's an investment in the long term, right? That's what they're doing. So, and we were super thankful about it. And I managed to have a team of 10 people, right? Exactly the promised in San Francisco by MuleSoft, but without strings attached. So much strings attached, or so free of attachment, let's say, that if we wanted to quit Postman right now and continue on AsyncAPI, they can't do nothing. Postman owns nothing. So they are really investing in the project because they believe in it. That's it. With the risk that we can now leave and continue another company, right? And continue AsyncAPI. And they have no right to stop us. So to me, it's an insane investment by Postman, and we're super thankful, actually. So yeah. So on February 2021, when we joined Linux Foundation, I think in a year, more or less, the technical steering committee recently formed surpassed the 40 members. So we were already, let's say, a community, big community. Technical steering committee means they can vote. So power is spread. Sorry. The power is spread among the people, among the community, and it's not on me anymore. Actually, I donated the project, so I'm not the one taking the decisions anymore, or not alone, right? And I was, but the only thing is that I was the director, right? The executive director of AsyncAPI, right? But another guy, it's like the Beauty and the Beast, right? It's kind of like this, right? Kind of like the two versions, right? Another guy took over, because yeah, like it's really easy to, again, fill your mouth with beautiful words, but in the end, it's Fran holding all the power, right? Which actually, there's no power in the executive director, not so much. So yeah. So to demonstrate to the community that we want this to be truly community-driven, I like the comment by Tully, another guy. Exactly. So to actually demonstrate the community that we really believe in this distributed governance and open governance, it was like, all right, so I passed the torch to Lukasz, so he can deal with the problems now, basically. And he's now looking how to get rid of the torch, by the way. So yeah, which is smart. And by the way, he was already like, for the last year or so of me being the director, he was actually the director in practice. Like he was doing everything. We just didn't change the title. We didn't move the title, but he was doing everything already. So I was like, yeah, it's not fair for him either. So you are actually the director. You're doing it all. So yeah. So to summarize, because I guess we're going to run out of time soon, if not already. I would love to give you some takeaways that I take from this whole journey, because it's such a journey, right? I will say is that know your value is my first takeaway. Know your value, because at the time I was trying to negotiate there on the Salesforce Tower, I had some panic moments, you know, like, why are they offering so much money to me? If this is something that they could just copy and paste, right? It's open source. They can copy and paste and continue themselves and so on. I was not giving it enough value, clearly. So know your value and the value of the things that you're creating. It's probably more valuable than you know, because you're probably missing some part of the big picture, usually business big picture, that we're so much into code that we forget about the business part. And if a company comes to you like this, it's probably because there's a lot of money involved behind it. So yeah, know your value. Second takeaway is that always put people before the money. I think this one is clear. And I mean, money and fame and all these things. And I think you can all see it. Like Cynthia, for instance, she just gave this inspiring talk today, you know, fighting her journey on the uncertainties in her journey as a contributor. To me, that is more valuable. Whenever all of this ends and finishes, it's done. If I look back, yeah, of course, if I got some money, if I'm not poor, let's say, I will be thankful, right? So I can at least make a living, right? But if I look back, the things that I will remember will not be the money, will be the people, right? So, and the stories and all these things, right? So yeah. And the last one, to me, that open source is clearly capable of saving lives. And we, let's say, we did it, or we tried it. We managed to take 2 folks from our community, actually from the open source community. One of them was contributing, the other one wasn't, but yeah, we're not gonna leave them out just because of this. So we managed to take 2 guys and their families from Afghanistan when the Taliban took over. And that to me is beautiful. So yeah, thanks for listening, and I hope you enjoy collaborating with AsyncAPI, enjoy the event here, and I hope you enjoy the future of AsyncAPI as well. And gracias. So yeah. Is there time for questions? I don't know. I'm not tracking the time, so. So a quick thing is that it's the first time I prepare a talk with cards. And it's the second time I do this talk. First time was in Spanish and now in English. But I have everything here, like the mood that I have to be like. I have to be like relaxed or nervous and all this stuff, like the slide that will be in the screen and the last sentence and everything, right? It's in Spanish, but yeah. And even though it's like this, in the last one, I have nothing about the mood or anything like that. Like it's just the 3 takeaways. And I promise myself always like, don't get emotional with the last takeaway, but that's impossible. So yeah, sorry for that. So, thanks. Questions? Yeah.
The question I have is about deciding between, I would say, your head, the logical sense, because logically I would imagine that you want to take the money.
Yes.
And your heart, which is emotionally, I love this product, I don't want to just give it out. Or I don't want someone to take over it. I would imagine that that would be a fight between your logical mind and your heart.
Yeah.
Ultimately, how did you reach a decision between this your logical brain and your, I would say, your intuition or your heart?
So I didn't understand the question then. I thought you were affirming.
The question is, ultimately, how did you reach the decision to go with your heart? Like, how did you balance the decision to go with your heart, not your mind?
It was a really tough one. And I thought about this, because I was seeing it happening, more or less, before the trip to San Francisco. Thankfully also because Lukasz was moving the project inside SAP, and I got an SAP director, I think, to talk to me in Barcelona before the trip to San Francisco. So I got a signal that there could be more companies interested in this, so that there was a real possibility of making it something bigger, right? So, but that was just, I think, like the day or 2 days before the trip. So I wasn't really convinced of what to do. I actually decided on these 3 days, and it could have failed miserably. Like imagine that I decide to do this that I did, and it doesn't succeed, and they create another one, and they fulfill it. They put a lot of money on it, on marketing, on everything, and developers and so on. We might have failed. I might have failed miserably, right? So. But again, the way I decided it actually was through a lot of calls with folks and my wife as well in the hotel during these 3 days. So I knew that I shouldn't give an answer while I was in San Francisco. So I knew what I had to do, because some folks told me, don't give them an answer. Come back to Barcelona. And in San Francisco, tell them, I'll give you an answer late, another day, not today, right? So come back to Barcelona, so you have more time to think about it, right? And you put some pressure on them as well. So yeah, they're inviting you to all these things, to all these wonderful things, because they want you to be impressed. They're trying to impress you, right? So it's just so you say yes immediately, right? So yeah. But I didn't listen so much. And on the last day I said like, no, that's not the way I want to do it. The way I want to do it is, it's open. It's open, it needs to become a standard. Because yeah, I already have SAP speaking about it, which in the end was not, it's not a sponsor anymore at least, but they donated a big part of the code actually. And yeah, so basically, I will say like the way I decided was by listening to others who were outside the thing, right? Which is usually helpful. So yeah. And also, I must remark that I was in a privileged position as well. Like, I had a job. It was a well-paid job. I was not going to get rich or anything like that, but I could live well. in Barcelona. So, and that was, let's say, enough for me. I have no intentions to get rich, right? So I never liked it. I never liked to pursue that goal. So, because to me, having so much money is also a problem as not having money. It's a different kind of problem, but still a problem. So I prefer to live simply, let's say, and not have much dependency on the money, right? So yeah, but I was a little bit privileged. If I were poor at the time, probably I will be accepting, right? So so I need to remark that as well. So yeah, let's count with this. It's important. It's an important detail. So yeah, if my family were starving, I'll probably have said, "Fuck open source." Obviously, it's my family, so, but that was not the case. So. The name. The name is such a terrible name. AsyncAPI. Yeah, I mean, it was a nice name for what I wanted to create in the beginning, but now it's not just for asynchronous API, it's also for synchronous APIs. And then it's going to be confusing. But yeah, more, let's say, other than stupid details like this, it's probably the way I manage my own time. Especially once I started working on Postman. Or not on Postman, but working, let's say, full-time on AsyncAPI. Like I got burned out multiple times because I kept thinking that I had to be everywhere. Because it's my project, so I cannot leave them alone, right? I had to follow. I have to be there supporting them. That's a big mistake. So yeah, if it were like Lukasz said before, like if it were like a pair of libraries maybe, okay, you can be there. But it's a huge project, so you cannot be everywhere. And actually, you should not be everywhere. It's highly recommendable that you are not everywhere. Because then because of my position as the creator of the project, I'm always going to have like a special voice to the rest. And that's not fair. You need to let people do the stuff themselves. And basically because they're much better than you at what they're doing. So you need to trust people. So yeah, I had the idea and I started it, but that's it. Nothing else. I'm not an expert or anything like that. So you need to trust the expert, basically. So yeah, that's what I will have changed. Got another one there. Where do we see in 5 years? Okay. In prison? I don't know. I mean, project-wise, I see the project like becoming even more adopted, hopefully taking over OpenAPI. So I'm not hiding it. I think the way OpenAPI is being managed right now it's not fair for the community, for their community. So we want to also, with version 3 actually, it's the starting point. We're going to be supporting REST APIs slowly as well, so synchronous APIs, right? So eventually you should be able to use AsyncAPI for a REST API as well. So yeah. But even if you continue with OpenAPI, I think there are more API styles like GraphQL, gRPC, and so on. So we need to integrate better with them. We need to, because no one is doing asynchronous APIs alone. No one, literally. Like you always have a REST API or a GraphQL API together with Kafka or with RabbitMQ or whatever. But you're doing usually multiple styles. And it's a pain to have to be switching from specs and tools just because, you know what, this is AsyncAPI, it's only for this. This is just for GraphQL, it's only for that. So we need to be integrating more with existing API styles and tooling to making it happen, to make it happen, to integrate everything as a single thing. That's my goal, let's say, or the goal that I set for AsyncAPI, which actually needs to be reviewed. and revisit it, right? But yeah, and hopefully, in 5 years from now, none of us here is, let's say, working so much in the project, hopefully. I hope that I don't have to be working on AsyncAPI in 5 years from now. Because that will mean, I mean, that could mean many things, but I hope it's because the community is so big, it's so active, that they took over, and so we don't need to be there anymore, right? So it's a refresh, right? You keep refreshing the community so it's alive. So it keeps moving, it keeps evolving. And that will be, to me, that will be the ideal, that we, not just me, that especially the folks at Postman, right? That we might be there working, but not in a first row, in the front row, right? Will be more like a supportive way, maybe, for the rest of the community, hopefully. Ideally. Most probably is that it will not happen. Because, yeah, we know open source is slow, right? So yeah. Any more questions? Enja. So join Slack, first of all, I will say it's the simplest way to get there. Join the contributing channel on Slack. It's also the first way. If you don't remember which channel is it after watching this talk, then just go there and ask anywhere, right? People will be friendly to point you to the right direction. And we have many people there. There's Ace, there's Lukasz, there's also people who are not working full-time that will be glad to help you and how to contribute this. It's mostly I would say, it's equally, I would say, a spec job. We need to keep evolving the spec, plus tools as well. So where do you start? Start asking. Because that's going to depend on a lot of things. Like if you like a programming language of another, if you have more interest in creating a code generator or working with React or working in documentation. So that really depends. So start asking, and then we will be able to help you better where to go next. Because it really depends on a lot of things. So yeah. All right. Any more questions? No? So, thank you. And enjoying Benjamin now. So, looks like an interesting one, by the way.
All right, guys. We live in an asynchronous world which is full of events. Think about you place an order in your favorite online shop, or think about a plane is being delayed, or think about the truck which holds your orders leaving the logistics centrum and is then placing the order at your home. But why is it that we still treat those asynchronous events way different than we treat the well-known REST synchronous world? Today, we are talking about a new approach of dealing with those event-driven APIs, combining the best of both tech worlds, of REST and of the asynchronous way of communicating, and making it very simple and very easy to reuse those APIs in an enterprise. My name is Benjamin. I'm working for a company named Solace. We are building products all around event-driven architecture, and most lately built a new product called Event Portal, which helps enterprises to reuse APIs in an event-driven way, and also is based on AsyncAPI for export and import capabilities. To myself, I'm based on, does anybody know which this city is in Germany? Any idea? Berlin? No, not Berlin? Also not Frankfurt? Munich, yeah, perfect, exactly. Yeah, I'm based in Munich, and I work for Solace since 1 year. Before that, I was working for a customer of Solace, which is the IT company behind Lidl, so the Schwarz Group, which is also a heavy adopter of AsyncAPI in a lot of different use cases. And yeah, in my new role, I'm helping companies to leverage events, leverage asynchronous APIs, and build new use cases based on that. So enough about Solace, enough about me. Let's talk about the agenda I had. We'll talk the challenge which we see a lot in different enterprises when it comes to asynchronous event-driven communication, which I call the point-to-point mess. Then we talk about a possible solution, which is the unified API management, combining the REST world with the asynchronous world. And lastly, we talk about an implementation we saw at customers of us to increase the reusability, especially of async APIs. So, PubSub can still lead to a point-to-point mess. Gartner advises us to think event native. Gartner says, hey guys, the world is changing so fast. If you think synchronous, you're lost, right? So you need to think events, and you need to be event native. What does that mean? That means you put your event in the center of your whole application infrastructure in your IT environment, and build everything around it. So if something happens, you can easily react on this event and do something on it. So a particular example would be an order being placed. The logistics system might need to react on this order, the warehouse system, for example, but also another domain is involved, like the customer relationship management, which needs to know, aha, this guy just ordered a new pair of jeans, so the next coupon will be not jeans, because he has them already, so maybe I will offer them something else, right? Maybe a nice shirt. And that's what Gartner says, and I would say I would agree. So I'm a big friend of event-driven APIs and making this possible in an asynchronous way. But still, there is the need for some kind of synchronous interaction, especially if it comes to end-user related interfaces. And that's what we see a lot. And I like the idea of Fran that AsyncAPI is becoming also more adoptable in the REST world, because that's the reality we see at our customers. They use REST a lot for synchronous interactions, for example, in a user interface. So I buy something at my favorite online shop, and I immediately get the return, yes, Benjamin, we got your order. We will notify you if anything changes, right? But then on the back end, an AsyncAPI is being used to send events to different participants, to different domains, and those will then notify once something has changed, and then I, as a customer, get the notification, yes, your order is now ready to be shipped, or later on, your order would be ready to be picked up in your delivery store. So that's something we really see a lot right now, is the combination of REST APIs and asynchronous APIs in different use cases. For example, also the online shop use case, but also different other use cases where you would need some kind of direct feedback, direct interaction in terms of your user interface. So we talked about the benefits of events. We talked about that they're mostly connected also in some way with REST APIs. And I want to talk now about a thing we forget sometimes to talk about, and this is even if you use pub/sub, so even if you use a publish and subscribe pattern, you have one event and you have multiple consumers to consume it, this can lead to a point-to-point logical dependency in your overall infrastructure and overall application architecture. And why is that? This is because on the one hand side, we see the lack of a flexible way to consume just the events you want to consume. So sometimes you see just implementations which are not fine granularly consumable, so you just have orders. But I just want to have the orders for this country, I just want to have the orders for this user, I just want to have very fine granularly. So you have a huge generic approach which really lacks in reusability, and then mostly will lead in the fact that the consumer of the API will require another API being built so that they just get the things you need. Another thing, and this is something, I just want to really encourage everybody on, is the description of the event itself. So an order can mean in a business so many different things. You know, there are orders which are relevant for the online shop. There are orders which are relevant for some back-end systems. So it's very, very important to map the technical order to the business element and to make it as transparent as possible within the organization so that the API can be reused. And the last thing is what can lead to such a point-to-point mess, that you might have high entry barriers to get to those events. So it's not easy to consume an async API. It's hard. You maybe have manual interactions with someone who's responsible for that in that certain team. And then they build their stuff themselves again, and then you have duplicate events in your infrastructure. So that's also something we saw. Before taking this whole onboarding cycle, they just said, okay, let's just republish another type of order, and then we will take this one. And then they had 3 or 5 different orders in their system, but they're all in the end the same business object, which we don't want to have. This is one of the reasons why a lot of application architectures we see, they kind of look like this. So everybody is, pushing and pulling, and if one is pulling harder, then things go to this side and then to this side. But it's not a community approach, and it's definitely not a self-service approach. And it's definitely very hard and complex to manage and to evolve over time. So that's something we want to change. But how would we change this? We would like to change this with reusable event APIs. That's the reason why we are all here, which present the actual business logic in their API, such as what kind of order, how does it, which subtype of order is it, and so on. We want to make it easy to just consume the events which are of interest. So not to have this big pot of events. I need to get all the orders and then I need to filter out by myself. So I just want to get, for example, orders for Spain. Another thing we want to encourage is we want to use async APIs alongside synchronous APIs, because that's what we see a lot of enterprises are doing. And very important, make the access very easily possible so that APIs can be reused. And when we do this, we might be there. We have APIs everywhere. You look anywhere, you have an API. There's another API. And I read a sentence, let's put an API on your API so we have an API for our API user, right? That's not what we want to do. So how to manage this? How can we ensure that this is still structured and still not leading to an API chaos? And this is where the unified API management comes in place. The idea of the unified API management is to, on the one hand side, manage REST APIs exactly the same as you would manage asynchronous APIs in terms of tooling, in terms of workflow, etc. And on the other hand side, the idea of unified API management is to, by that, increase their reusability. So I know some companies, they actually have some incentives for their APIs if they're being reused a lot, right? So that dev teams, they're getting some kind of incentive if they build APIs which are being reused a lot, and the same thing we want to achieve with event APIs or asynchronous APIs. Before we get to the solution, again, another thing I'd like to put a little bit in context. So we call this the API patterns evolution. We started with a quite REST-based world where everything was REST calls. You have a lot of, request-reply scenarios, etc. Then we went over to hybrid REST events, which is the fact that you have a REST API in front, but behind this REST API you speak events, right? You exchange your asynchronous events. And what we think when we talk about event APIs is that you might have a REST API interface for your REST API use cases where you need it, but you have also asynchronous APIs in your backend, which can be called directly also from other domains. So for example, let's stay with this online shopping use case. You might have a REST API in front to place the order. And then you have a lot of different systems behind, which are all working with async APIs. So for example, the warehouse system would also get this order via an async API, but another system could also push another event via an async API directly, so they are not forced to walk through this REST world. And that's when I talk about event APIs, what I think about event APIs. So there can be some REST part in it, some synchronous REST part, but most importantly, it's based on async API. Who will find the async API or event-driven APIs the fastest? Raise your hand, please, on this Gartner hype cycle for APIs. Who finds it? Event APIs? Event-driven APIs?
Expectations, no?
Sorry?
They are in the peak of inflated expectations.
Exactly. Innovation trigger. They're between the innovation trigger and peak of inflated expectations. So I think it's a good timing to talk about event APIs in general, and I really look forward to see how async API is going to emerge and is going to progress during the next years, because Gartner says event-driven APIs, the plateau of their hype will be reached in 5 to 10 years. So we are still at a kind of a starting point, but what I can tell you from our point at Solace is that a lot of big enterprises, such as Lidl, but also other large companies, are always working on a daily basis with asynchronous API to increase the reusability of event APIs. So, another thing which I would like to introduce is thinking about event APIs as we think about REST, a way that we treat them as products. Meaning we bundle different capabilities, meaning we have some kind of, API product owner of that API, which can manage it and helps to develop it further. But most importantly, we would encourage to build API products which contain synchronous and REST, asynchronous and REST APIs in one product, as I spoke before, and treat them as products, and treat them really exactly the same way as developers out there already working with REST-based APIs. And how is that? Everybody out there has an API gateway, which is exposing the API during the runtime and is decoupling the backend from the front end or the backend from the API consumer. And on top of that, they have an API portal, right? So they have some way of cataloging things, documenting things, discover things, share and reuse, and finally also generate code out of that if they want to do that. And we want to introduce a similar approach for events. So as you know, with AsyncAPI, every company has their event broker of their choice in place, using it to communicate with their different systems. But there was nothing on top of that. There was nothing similar to an API management, API portal approach, which is something we would highly encourage to think about. So to have something like an event portal. So to have something where all your events are displayed, you have an event catalog, which is based on async APIs, of course, and where it's easily for your developers to jump in, just grab the stuff they need, maybe also working via CLI, consume those defined APIs, reuse them, and make more out of them. And that's, based on async API. So to match
those two worlds. And if then async APIs also be more REST-driven, you can erase the open API on this slide, right? So we would just need async API. All right, and then from a top-level point of view, how could this look like? So the idea is really to have all these things together in one place so that you are able to discover and audit your asynchronous APIs, all your topics, your schemas, etc. But also that you have a capability or have a point where you can design the things. Because what we also saw is that, of course, we as developers, we love to be in code, we love to be working with CLIs or working in a schema. But there are also other players around an enterprise, like an architect or maybe even, product owner, manager, and they love to see things visually. They love to see, okay, this app is sending something to these consumers. So that's something we would also like to think about, so make it visual in a way. And then lastly, to have a real event API management in place for the whole release management, creating the API products, and making them accessible via the API management, which might be already in place at a company. So for example, via Apigee or via Xway or via Kong or any API management which is in place. Or also a marketplace, for example, like Backstage, where you then have your asynchronous APIs together with your synchronous APIs in one API product. That's about the idea of unified API management. Just to summarize it again, treat event APIs as a combination of synchronous and asynchronous APIs, build API products, and think them in the enterprise really the same way, and integrate them in your maybe already existing synchronous API management landscape with an API portal, API management, etc. Now I want to quickly showcase an implementation which is done by the event portal, which my employer provides based on async API, and which shows a little bit how this helps to reuse events. And before we do that, I tried to write down just 4 general tips which came through my mind during lots of customers' interactions, how to increase reusability of event APIs. And the first one is, it's very easy to write it down, but it's hard to manage it actually, or to make it happen. Keep APIs as simple and self-explanatory as possible. It's a tough one, because simple is always, from your perspective, something is simple. From another mind's perspective, something is very complex. But still, that's from my perspective the key to make the most out of your data and to increase the reusability. Another one is to allow flexibility on the consumer side. So you might want to allow the consumer just to get a subset of the events. So not the whole topic, not all orders, but just the orders from Spain, or just the orders from Germany, or whatever. So to make it very flexible so that they can benefit from that. Another one is that describing the business context and the ownership in a catalog and a portal. As I said, this will help a lot to increase the reusability as people know what kind of order this is and can make more out of it. And last but not least, build self-services and automated workflows around it so that you have a way lower entry barrier into the asynchronous world, so that it's quite similar to the synchronous world, and it's just a joy to use, right? Oh, there's a new event API, let's go, I use it, I like it, right? So that's a little bit of mindset we try to create. Let's have a short look into one possible implementation. In this case, we have this event portal which contains the API definition and the API product. And from there, by using the async API spec and using the async API exporter from the event portal, we can easily generate, via the async API code generator, for example, Spring Cloud Streams project, which gives you already a head start, right? So it's just 3 clicks, and your developers can consume events which are built beforehand via async API and reuse them as they need them. And how would this look like in real world? So this is, for example, a snapshot out of the event portal. You see a publisher, this is the position system, it's a retail use case. The publisher is publishing sales orders, and you have 3 consuming systems, in this case SAP Finance, Data Warehouse, and Stock Management. And behind this graphical user interface, of course, you have an async API. And you can even get this async API by using an IDE plugin, so you can have it directly where you want to have it. And from there, you export the async API and can generate code out of it and easily reuse this specification without a high entry barrier or without very complex thing of how to get to that information. The benefits are at hand, I think. So this way of treating event APIs as REST APIs in a unified API management will help to increase innovation, will lead to better reusability and decreased dev cycles, and will have solutions in place which definitely fulfill the customer's satisfaction. So they will help to build resilience and real-time based use cases, which we all are love to use, right? So like a real-time update of an order, etc. All right, just to summarize it again, just to have an async API in place is already great. I would like to encourage to think a little bit further, to treat them similar as REST APIs with products, to make them visible in some kind of API portal, to have an automated delivery and workflow behind that, and then to leverage this information and increase reusability by making more out of your data and making more out of your events. That's all from me. I don't know if we still have time for questions. I would love to answer some questions. If you want, we can also talk about real-world use cases from customers of us using async API. So yeah, there's one.
You guys get to enjoy my voice today. That's amazing. Benjamin, you said that our world is an event-driven world, right?
Yes.
And in some sense, I'm a computer scientist, and I think all we try to do is to model the world into systems, into ones and zeros. So my question to you is if our world is an event-driven world, what's the problem with us gradually rolling out REST APIs and focusing like entirely on asynchronous APIs?
It's really hard to understand on the stage.
Man, I'm really sorry. So my question is essentially, why is it a problem?
Yeah.
Like, what's the issue? Like, what could possibly go wrong with us gradually rolling out or phasing out synchronous APIs, REST, and focusing entirely on asynchronous? Why do we have to manage both, like, in the same system? Is there a problem with us, like, gradually, like, phasing out synchronous APIs and focusing on asynchronous APIs?
Okay. So is the question about why do we even need synchronous APIs while we are living in an asynchronous world? Is that a question? Yeah, okay. Yeah, that's a good question. I really like it. So if you ask me, we just need asynchronous APIs because I love asynchronous APIs, right? But the thing is, there are some advantages of synchronous APIs, which we currently, with async API, I would say, try to also get to in the event-driven world, which is, for example, ease of usability. If you ask a developer, they would easily say, yeah, for me, it's easy to just consume a REST API. I know how it works. It's straightforward. It's REST. I don't need a client library. I can just go ahead, right? And there are some things where REST APIs are great in, and that's especially querying data. So getting data from something where data is already stored, for example, with GraphQL, or also to have a very straightforward request-reply scenario where you need directly the response. And if you don't get a response, the transaction would fail. So think of your order. You place it in the online shop. You only want to get a notification that the order has been placed if this really happened. And this has to be happening in some kind of timeout way. So you cannot just wait for an asynchronous event in that way. So I think that's the reason why REST APIs still have their point for querying data, but also for those synchronous use cases, which are synchronous, where you want to have direct feedback. But the larger integration world, which is, taking this event and routing it to different consuming systems to react on it, which is then asynchronous, of course, is getting bigger and bigger over time. Yeah. Any other question?
Great talks. Thanks for that. My question is related to the unification. So you unified the operational aspect of APIs. Do you see something also on the design part from your customers? Do we even speak about an unified approach to API design? Because when we hear API design, we always think about REST.
Yep.
Do you have this kind of concerns from your customers?
To deal also with asynchronous APIs during design time?
Exactly, yeah.
Yeah. So one thing we did not speak about is the whole thing about mindset in a company. And our customers which have approached a certain level of maturity of async API, they were pain in the ass for their developers. So they did internal conferences just talking about asynchronous APIs. They said, guys, think about async API first. These are good use cases for async APIs, etc. So to try to get them to a point where they start thinking of it directly before design time even, right? So that they say, okay, yeah, this is something we will do with an asynchronous API. Nevertheless, there will always be an synchronous API which would be better in the hands of async API. So this is something we also see, which then is rather being refactored later on, or stays the same and they decide to change it over the way. The thing I try to bring in this message is really that it should not make a difference. So it should not make a difference for the developer going left or right, you know, whatever left or right is. It's just an API. So I really like the fact that Async API tries to become, also more connected with the synchronous world, as this will help us to then in the design time make this even easier for the developers. Yeah. Right, hope that answered the question, and thank you for the question. Yeah, great. Okay, I'm here still the afternoon, so if you want to discuss some use cases or deep dive, I would really love to. And thanks again for the time, and enjoy the event. Thank you, guys.
Well, I believe that being easy to understand should be the gold standard for good and for maintainable software. And let me ask you a question. How often do your business users surprise you with new requirements? Boom, there it goes. Are we familiar with this situation? Right, okay. We all know that when new requirements come as a surprise, it means that we didn't understand the business in the first place. I mean we in a broad sense of the word. But surprising requirements makes software harder and harder to maintain and to evolve. And there is a great power creating software. I mean, when we implement the needs of our users and organizations into functional software, we are materializing ideas out of thin air and creating and having a real impact in the world. And that is very close to magic. Yet, very often, we lose sight of the business requirements and we focus instead in technology, in a new shiny architectural pattern or a new framework. But when we lose sight of the business requirements, there is no amount of clean code, clean architecture, solid principles, hexagonal, event-driven, whatever. That is going to help your code to be easy to understand, easy to maintain, and easy to evolve. So if we want to create value for our businesses and for our users, we need to find a way to communicate with business experts in their own language. And domain-driven design, which is already 20 years old and is still more relevant than ever, already proposes to use a common language, an ubiquitous language to communicate as the key tool for communication between business experts and technical experts. But in practice, at least in my experience, it's very rare to see an ubiquitous language being used, I mean, across the development process. I mean, even if we take the effort in creating a common language, there are many translation points to propagate that language through code, through documentation, through tests. So it requires a lot of work, a lot of manual work. So if we want to use an ubiquitous language effectively, we need something or some way to propagate it automatically, not manually, to propagate that language that we build with the help of business experts to code, to documentation, and to tests. And if an ubiquitous language is rare, hold on, because even rare is to find business experts available during the software development process. I mean, how often do you find business experts available to you? I mean, any lucky one? Say hello. Okay, when business experts are not available, if we want to create software of value, we are in trouble. So we need to find a way to communicate with business experts. And obviously, they are not available because they are busy, but I believe that they are also hesitant to speak with technical people, that we speak in a foreign language to them. They speak the language of the business processes, and we insist in speaking about APIs, gateways, pipelines, Kubernetes. So they are hesitant to speak with us. And so we want to create value for a company, for an organization, or for our users. We need to find a way to communicate with business experts in their own language. So, okay, event storming, which is a workshop for sharing knowledge between domain experts and technical experts, is very convenient in this aspect because it focuses on the language of the business. It leaves technical discussions for later, but at the same time, it is very well suited for event-driven architecture, for describe event-driven architectures. But so we can, this is a very low barrier entrance for business people to participate. We can run, if we run one of these workshops successfully, we can get a lot of understanding. There are many shapes and sizes for event storming workshops. There are big picture event storming workshops for understanding a whole company or one big domain. There are also small picture workshops for designing one bounded context or one service. And if we run successfully one of these workshops, we still need to translate this into a technical design. And AsyncAPI, which is the de facto standard for event-driven architectures, can cover a big portion of these discoveries. And with the new version, with version 3, that also helps document how different applications connect together, we can even cover a bigger portion of an event storming session. But I believe it's too technical to be an ubiquitous language. It's a very nice specification for describing the event-driven architecture that we discover here. But I think once we dive into API design, we lose the ability to request feedback from business experts. So in this session, we are going to present you a domain-specific language, the ZenWave modeling language, we can map all the discoveries of an event storming session, and is designed to be developer friendly because it's very compact and very concise format. But at the same time, it still retains the language of the business that we discovered during the event storming session. So if we do it right, we can retain that language of the business, and because it's machine friendly, we can convert it into multiple software artifacts, including API definitions like OpenAPI, like AsyncAPI version 2 and version 3, documentation, drawings, and multiple backend implementations for MongoDB, for JPA, and API tests. There are an ever-growing set of plugins because it's plugin-based. So now we are going to give you a quick overview of what an event storming session looks like, and then we are going to show you how we can compress the feedback loop between expert knowledge and a conceptual model and working software with tests. So now, with the help of my friend Ivan del Viejo Garcia, which is business analyst, we work together on a daily basis here at SNGULAR. He's going to explain what an event storming session looks like.
Yes, well, I will try to do, and I will try to be fast, okay? First of all, this guy here looks like me, but it's not me. This is Alberto Brandolini. He is the creator of the event storming. Well, as Ivan explained before, event storming is a flexible workshop format for explanation of business domain, okay? Involves people from business expert, and also technical experts. We can apply event storming for the whole business domain, just taking like a big picture of the full domain, or also with a small processes in a small picture, okay? So I'm going to present you a very quick example. Is a parking lot. This parking lot has 3 simple systems. It's just a reservation system, has also an entrance control, and finally a payment gateway, okay? So first of all, I would like to show you this cheat sheet because for me it's very, very useful. I always have in mind when I was working in that. And it has all the elements that we use in event storming. We have events, we have commands, we have external system, aggregate, data model, business rules or policies. Also, here represent the way that all these elements interact between each other. The first element I would like to send you, okay, is events. Events into a domain is something that happens, something relevant for the domain. We use an orange sticky note. We are going to try to identify all the events in our example. We have, spot reservation. We have the car entrance of any car. We have a control when the parking lot is complete. And also we have events for payment, and also when a car goes out. We continue with the next element of event storming. We have commands. Command is a request for starting events, okay? Command is, commands are requests, okay? It's not start anything, but we are going to show the next elements. And for example, let's identify the commands. For our example, we have a spot reservation, we have a car entrance request, we have a port spot count, a car parking, a payment, and also when a car go out, okay? We have here another sticky note, different from the blue one that I have explained, are the actors. Actors in the real world invoke commands. There are other ones another command that has not actors, I'm going to explain in a pair of spreads, okay? So, next elements, we have systems, okay? Commands don't invoke by itself, okay? Commands are invoked on system, and events are produced by system. So we need this element to fill the gap between commands and events. I'm going to show you system, no matter is external system or internal. I will explain this later. So in our example, we have a system, a spot control system. It's going to be common for most of the command that we have. We have another one for a payment, okay? When a car had to pay for his place, then have a payment gateway. So we continue. So the next element here is the data model. In this moment, when we talk about data model, probably developers start to think in database. So, but we need data model because for making any decision, we need data. And that's the reason for the data model. We identify several data models. We have, for example, a booking ID. Is an identification, probably has more data, like space, time, whatever, but it's a data model, okay? License plate for cars. We have also a spot ID for the car places into the parking lot. With them, we can play with the database, with the data model. Next element, we have policies or business rules, okay? A policy behind into a business domain is something that is automated or just something we have to remember. It's very useful. For example, in the next example, when a reservation is done or a car gets into our parking lot, then automatically we launch another command, okay, with our business rule. Commands can be thrown by actors and also by business rule, by policies, okay? When a car or reservation is done, we need to make a count of places available. And another one is when a car spot is paid with our payment gateway, then we can liberate the car to go out, the parking lot. I continue with the last element, probably the key element here, because aggregate is one of the fundamental patterns of domain-driven design. Now, with this element, we are linking the business knowledge with the development in our daily job, okay? In our example, we are modifying, we have changed system here. Now, we are going to use internal system. We are going to modify with aggregate, the spot control. And for the payment gateway, we are going to keep like an external event. External event, a payment gateway that we use, we contract it, and we integrate. We don't implement, we integrate only. But the aggregate is something that we are going to implement. Finally, well, there are more sticky notes for event storming. We are not going to explain now. There are hotspot, sticky values that are very useful for business. But now I'm going to let Ivan to make his magic and explain how we are going to modify this in a software development. So, Ivan, okay. It's your turn.
Okay, thank you, Ivan. Thank you. Okay. So now we have, thank you for this overview, Ivan. So now that we had a quick overview of what an event storming session looks like, I will try to explain how we can shorten the feedback loop between expert knowledge, a conceptual model, and the working software and its tests. So we are going to design a small service, a bounded context. We are going to use the setDL domain language for describing the inside of the service. And we are going to use very well-known APIs like OpenAPI and AsyncAPI for external communication, inter-process communication. But there are connections between them. We are going to see. And this is how we can map all the elements of an event storming session. I borrowed the syntax for from JHipster project, which is a very nice open source project for generating full stack applications, for REST applications. And it's a battle-tested format. So for aggregates, we have entities with their relationships. And for commands, this is an extension. We borrowed the syntax, but it's an extension. No? For commands, we got services and inputs. And for domain events, we got events. And if we go inside, for aggregates, we got entities with fields, the field type, some validations. We got the relationships, we got enums, and we map the root of our aggregates with this annotation, with this little annotation. We can have one or many aggregates in our system. And if you are using a documental database, we don't need relationships. It's much easier. We can have direct reference between entities. And we can even nest entities one inside each other, so it's much easier to read and to understand the documental model. And for events, it's exactly the same syntax. We have fields, we have reference, and we have nested objects. And we have this little annotation copy, where we can copy all the fields for a given entity that we already described somewhere else. And because these events are produced inside the system, but they are going to be sent outside the system through an API, we have some annotation, which is the AsyncAPI annotation, which serves two purposes. One purpose is to document how it connects this event inside your system that you are going to produce with the external AsyncAPI, which is the source of truth for your communication. And the second purpose is that we can generate a draft version of your AsyncAPI from these annotations. And because this format is very compact and concise, we can generate for you a version 2 or version 3 of the AsyncAPI specification. Actually, we have some small glitches that I learned today in the version 3 generator, but we are going to cover that as soon as we can. OK, for commands, we got services. Services for aggregates, the command name, the command payload, which is an input, with events. And we can have a list of events, or we can have choose one or the other. And there is a special marker, which is the ID, which means that this command is to be executed on a given instance of an aggregate. This is not a method interface. This is the only special marker that we can have, and this is it. With this, we can map what the commands are we accepting. And because commands are also connected to the external world, we have the AsyncAPI annotation, two purposes: documenting how it connects to the external world, to the AsyncAPI, which is the source of truth, and code generation. We can generate an AsyncAPI version 2 and version 3, and we also have REST annotations, again, two purposes: documenting how it connects to the external world, and code generation. We can generate a draft version of your OpenAPI. So because we are referencing a lot of APIs, at the top of the file, we can define which APIs we are using, if we are a provider or if we are a client. And the URI can be inside your project or can be in a developer portal, whatever. And last, there is a configuration section where we can define some plugins, and inside IntelliJ, we can run these plugins to generate code. And because ZenWave is plugin-based, each of these plugins is just a jar, so you can create your own. You can fork existing plugins to suit your needs. You can publish it to Maven Central. You can publish it to your own Artifactory. You can contribute it, whatever you like. This will be, I expect this to be a bazaar from people creating plugins. So now, a practical example. We are going to create, to implement a service, a small bounded context for a customer which has a list of addresses. And these are the commands that we are going to expose through a REST API. They are CRUD commands. CRUD commands are specials because the generator can understand what the implementation is. If they were not CRUD commands, it will leave a small placeholder for you to fill the details. But these are CRUD commands. And we are going to publish some events as part of these commands for creation, deletion, update. So let's go. OK, so inside IntelliJ, with the autocomplete, we add the plugins to the config section, and we fill some data. And we are going to generate an OpenAPI draft version with the annotations that I showed you before. We are going to generate an AsyncAPI draft version. So here they are, OpenAPI. Well, these are draft versions for you to customize, ideally in collaboration with your consumers. And when you are ready, in the POM, we configure two plugins, the OpenAPI generator that we all know about for OpenAPI, and the ZenWave Maven plugin for AsyncAPI that can generate code for AsyncAPI version 2 and version 3. So as part of your build, I'm doing test compile to generate the sources. It's going to generate in the target folder some code for you. The OpenAPI generator is going to generate some interfaces and DTOs for you to implement the service. This is the interface for Spring MVC. And for AsyncAPI, generates the DTOs for the events and one interface with the names of your domain and one implementation that uses Spring Cloud Streams. And now we generate a backend. We are going to generate the inside of the backend. So here we have domain entities annotated for MongoDB. We got one service interface for inbound communication with some DTOs. We got Spring Data Mongo repositories for talking to the data store. We got some tests, unit tests, and integration tests for you to fill the details. I mean, this is not complete. It's for you to jumpstart. And now we need to connect the inside with the outside. So we generate some OpenAPI controllers for Spring MVC, some mappers, and one skeleton of a Spring MVC controller implementing the API. And there are some to-do tasks for you because we need to connect the outside API with the inside of your implementation. So this video was recorded live. There are no cuts. I mean, so here I'm editing these to-do tasks. And when I'm done, I connected the outside API with the inside implementation. So now I start the application. We have some containers, Kafka, MongoDB, and I start the application. And we are going to send some tests. We are going to send a post to create a new customer. So here is the post. When the application starts, I send the post, and here it is, 201 status code, and the MongoDB ID for the customer. And what about publishing events? Well, we already have the code generated for us before, so we only need to auto-wire the customer events producer. And as part of the create customer command, for instance, we just need to instantiate the event DTO, new customer created. We fill some data with customer ID and with customer details. I'm not going to fill all the data here, but we get the idea. And now we can just use the events producer that we already have generated by Maven plugin. So now we are going to restart the application. We place a breakpoint here so we can see that after a customer is created, the event is sent to Kafka. So here is restarting. I send the post, the breakpoint, so the console, and when I release the breakpoint, here it is. The message went into Kafka. And this video was recorded in one shot. It has a small acceleration, but this is how quickly you can move from a conceptual model, from business knowledge to a conceptual model to work in software and its tests. And if you do it right, it will retain the language of your business experts, and it will propagate automatically through your code, through your tests, and through your documentation, and through your API. So next steps for you, well, read about event storming. You can read the book of Alberto Brandolini. There are other sources, Alberto Brandolini, which is here with me helping. You can read also about the ZDL domain language, which is very compact. I borrow the syntax from JHipster, which I love, JHipster, I have to say. And install the ZenWave domain model editor for IntelliJ, and we will continue improving the developer experience, helping you create software easy to understand. And now, if you have some questions, we will be happy to take it. I'm not sure if we are always looking for talent in Singular. We have to say this, right?
Do you already have some customers using this kind of development approach? Can you share also some insights?
We use it internally in our projects to speed up, but the release of this software is, I mean, we could manage to get to this conference almost on time. But because, yes, we got the compromise to do this talk even before it was finished, but we use it. We use it on a daily basis for small projects yet.
Thank you.
But we expect people to start using it soon.
Okay. Before I ask the question, some context. From what I've observed from the event storming, we are combining REST and event-driven APIs.
Yeah.
And the REST API is usually between the user who triggers, I think you called it the actors, who makes a request, and then the backend receives that request and triggers events to other services, if I understood that correctly. So usually there's a REST API between the user and the backend, and then the backend dispatches events to other systems. My question then is, and this was also the same theme from, I think, Benjamin's talk. And my question now is, why isn't there a world where the user's action is considered an event that is triggered and treated as such? You know, where placing an order is considered an event that different systems can potentially respond to. Is this something that is possible? I don't know if this is a question that I should be asking to you directly, but this is just a thought.
It's okay. I think I understand your question. Once you are doing the event storming workshop, you are trying to uncover how your business works. So you leave aside, in that moment, you leave aside technical aspects on technical discussions. But because you are already an engineer, you're already thinking about this will be a REST API, this will be an event, this will be, but during that moment, you leave it aside. And practically, when you see that an action is started by a user, more often than not, it's a REST API, because asynchronous API. Because the user needs to communicate with something that is going to take that request. So, and there are also other actions that can be started by external systems or policies, which they tend to be asynchronous. But in the moment of the event storming, you don't decide that. I mean, you're already thinking about that. But as a rule, a small rule, if an actor is starting the action, will be a REST API. And if it's a system or a policy, it could be a REST API or it could be an event-driven API.
My question is, why can't the... Okay, sorry.
When you are a user, a real user, and you need the data, normally you use a front end, and probably you need right now. When you request the data, you need right now. Normally this is something for REST API. In a system that probably need to gather all the information, to collect the information and make processes about this information to present to users, then the proper element to use is AsyncAPI. So for me, the rule is probably front-end is going to need a REST API.
Yeah.
Oh, okay, yeah, I think that answers my question then. Yeah.
Yeah, okay, thank you.
Hi, great talk. I would just like to add one thing. We have also we see a lot of implementations where front ends directly consume an asynchronous API. So the fact I was talking about that synchronous and asynchronous APIs should be combined was that there's still a lot of demands for REST APIs, but, and this is the big one, modern user interfaces might integrate directly with an asynchronous API without the REST API, for example, by using WebSockets. So that's what we also see a lot. So just to clarify this, not that the message from earlier was like you have to use REST APIs for user interfaces. That's not the fact. So, but you still have it a lot. That's the message. Yeah. Sorry. Hope that was okay.
Okay. Thank you. Thank you for your help. Okay. We will be around. We are going to have lunch together now, so we can talk about this, about that, and about everything. So thank you for this morning sessions, and we wrap. Yeah. Okay. Well done, my friend.
Mando 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Lo noto un poco tirante el cable. Por aquí.
Okay, so we are 42 minutes late with respect to the expected agenda. Well, I'm going to present this talk. Well, the title it's a bit long, and indeed in the agenda it's shorter than it should be because we are missing three words here. That it's the IDOR case. So the representation is leveraging AsyncAPI to detect anomalies in a smart ports platform using model-driven techniques. The IDOR case. This presentation is going to be divided into parts, two different parts. The first part is I'm going to explain a bit of our history and what we have done in the past years. And in the second part, I will try to do a live demo if I don't have this live demo effect and everything fails. But I feel brave, and I will try to do it. I think that is the funny part. This is well, I'm Abel Gómez. I come from the Universitat Oberta de Catalunya in Barcelona. And this is a joint work together with ProDevelop, that it's a company in Valencia that develops software for ports. I'm talking about ports where vessels go, not ports of gateways or this kind of ports, because I've seen somebody that had some kind of misunderstanding. So I will start with a bit of history. This work is based on our initial implementation of the IDOR, of the AsyncAPI toolkit, that it's something that we developed in the context of one European project that was Megamart 2. I'm not going to give the details of Megamart 2 because the overall numbers are quite similar to the IDOR case or the IDOR project that I will explain later. And basically, long time ago, we were in this project that was Megamart, and us, as the Universitat Oberta, we were participating, and with other partners, we found that they had a problem that when developers were checking the documentation of asynchronous APIs or event-driven APIs, they were developing some kind of monitoring platform or control or a control dashboard, and they had a lot of problems with the quality of the documentation, and in most cases there were mismatches between the documentation, the implementation, and what the developers understood. So we started to look in the landscape, and we found AsyncAPI because, as I said, we were having these problems, and we had problems with respect to consistency. And these consistency problems mainly are two main problems. If we deviate on the name of the topics or in the type of the topics, we can lose messages, or if we have deviations in the message format, we can lose information, or we can even have runtime problems if the data types of the messages do not match what the programs expect. So as I said, we needed one single source of truth for this issue, and we found AsyncAPI. We said, why do we need to develop anything else if this is something, or this is the thing that we really need? So based on the AsyncAPI toolkit, what we did is, based on or using our knowledge on model-driven engineering, we created, based on the Eclipse platform, a grammar for the JSON syntax of AsyncAPI. We created the grammar, and using those tools we already know in Eclipse, we were able to automatically generate the editor with autocomplete facilities. We were also able to integrate, or we tried to integrate the part of the documentation, and we were able to automatically generate code to create, to send, receive, and process those messages. This is something that we did in the year 2020. We presented this first implementation here in the AsyncAPI conference of the first year that was online because of the pandemic. And well, here we have the QR, so I'm not going to give the details about this first implementation because you can just go to the nice AsyncAPI channel on YouTube, and there you have the video with the details. So well, based on this, we published the tool, we published several papers in scientific journals, in conferences, and so on. So you have all the documentation of that there. And in the year 2021, we started the I2R project. The I2R project is an European project. It's medium big project. It's partly funded by the European Union and partly funded by the countries of the partners participating in the project. There are 7 countries participating. We are 34 partners, and we have 10 different use cases of application of different techniques. It started on the year 2021, and it will end next year. There, it's marked with an asterisk because I say in March, but probably it was going to be extended by 4 or 5 months, but it's not important. And the total cost of this project is 24.5 million euros. This is the declared cost of the project. We get 7.4 million from the EU, and we also have the national funding that it's mostly the same. It's another third of the total cost is being funded by the countries, but since every country is giving a different figure, I cannot tell you if it's 7.4 million, 8 million, or 7 million, but something like that. So in the end, it's a quite big project where we have a lot of partners. Most of them, or more than half of them, are companies. Okay, this is a kind of Excel project that fosters the collaboration between companies and research institutions. Either they are research institutes or universities. So this is more or less the context, and now I'm going to give some more of the background of the techniques, the tools, and extensions we have used, and I will explain at the end in this live demo. That are the extensions for the quality of service and the one small profile that it's in fact is not a big contribution of this presentation, but this is something that we found that was handy for bootstrapping our architecture and later on start to evolve in it. And this is something, these 2 contributions were developed in the 2021 and 2022. And well, basically, the quality of past year, in fact, we had another presentation in the conference that was titled Quality of Service in Asynchronous Services, an AsyncAPI extension with Service Level Agreement Support. This talk was presented by Mark Oriol. It's a former colleague who did this extension and who did the literature review to create this extension. And basically, in this identify, which are the quality characteristics, attributes, metrics that are interesting for the in the asynchronous world. And we also try to define the conditions that must be met over these quality metrics. Okay, as I said, well, there's the talk. So there you have all the internal details about the quality model, how it is instantiated, the language, etc. But in the end, as a summary, what we provided is a meta model for the service level agreements, and this meta model was translated, let's say, to the AsyncAPI grammar, to the AsyncAPI way of representing things. This meta model is based on the WS agreement standard, so we have the same concepts. We have the concept of quality metric, we have the concept of condition, the concept of guarantee term, all these concepts that we have in the WS agreement. And we tried also to match these quality metrics and these concepts into with the ISO 25010 standard. Okay. To create or to develop this meta model, what we did, well, probably, mostly Mark did, was to carry a revision of the scientific literature, and there he checked 47 quality models, and he focused on the quality models that were tailored for services, or basically for services, because, for example, as I said, the ISO standard is not centered in services, but it's a generic quality model for computer science. And this is the part regarding the quality metrics. And also, as I said, we developed a UML profile for the Industry 4.0. Basically, this is a small contribution we did in a Spanish conference. We published a paper also about this. The text it's only available in Spanish. Maybe now that we are working in the actual use case, we can indeed write a more rigorous paper and be published somewhere else. And basically, in this work, what we did is to discuss on the limitations of UML. We come from a modeling research group. We focus on model-driven engineering. So first, we started to think, OK, can we use UML to model asynchronous architectures? Is it a good fit? Can be a model expressed in UML used as an input for a model transformation to generate things automatically? And our conclusion was that no, we cannot use bare UML to do this. So we proposed a very simple UML profile to be able to describe all these concepts in UML. So basically, these are the building blocks for our work, for the talk I'm going to present. And basically, since past year, we started to work in the smart port platforms use case. And the idea is to be able to monitor and to automatically evaluate quality of service properties over the models we describe and over the asynchronous specifications we describe using our tool. So to give more context, ProDevelop, it's a company that it's based in Valencia and also has offices in Algeciras and has clients all around the world, has clients in Europe, Africa, Asia, and America, has more than 110 workers, and most of them are engineers in computer science, telecommunications, cartography, and geodesy. And they build software. This is their main focus. And this use case focuses on, as I said, in the smart port monitoring platform, that basically it's a platform that it's monitoring how vessels move inside the ports and how the containers are moved and loaded and unloaded from the vessels into the land and all this. So in their product, they have several layers. This is a high-level architecture because it's not important, the actual architecture of the service. But basically, they have a service layer where they have the user interfaces and the dashboards. They have a knowledge layer. And finally, the data acquisition layer. And the data acquisition layer gets all the information from different types of elements. Could be the vessels, could be cranes, could be the containers, could be whatever thing. And of course, these elements are distributed in a very large field in the port. And one problem they have is that it's quite normal, or could be quite normal, to miss messages because, for example, the containers are made of steel. So they are all of them stacked, and you have big walls of metal in the middle of the antennas and the receivers, and they can miss messages because of how things are distributed in the ground. So basically, they must ensure that the information is received. It is syntactically correct because they have devices from different vendors that must communicate among them. And this information must be timely delivered. Because, as I said, it's very important that any problem in the data, it's detected so that the platform they have deployed in the port behaves as expected, okay? So basically, these are the challenges. And what now I'm going to show you is how we have used AsyncAPI, how we have used our UML profile, and what are we able to generate out of this. This is just a proof of concept. I'm going to use a local MQTT broker to show how messages are sent and are received, etc. But the format of the messages are extracted for a real use case from the port of Valencia. And this is just, as I said, a small demo of how we use our toolkit. Our toolkit is built on top of Eclipse. I'm going to close this. And as I said, our toolkit is able to generate code out of an AsyncAPI specification. But in this case, instead of starting by creating a, I'm going to make this bigger. Instead of starting by describing the architecture in AsyncAPI, what we are doing is to start by a model. Because we already have the UML profile, so we could start by describing the topics, the messages, and the servers we have in our architecture. This takes a bit because I had to restart the computer, and loading the graphical interface takes a bit. Just to give some context, we started by using Eclipse instead of using the standard templates or the standard engine for generating code of AsyncAPI because first we wanted to have a modeling environment that we cannot build or we cannot reuse from the actual infrastructure of AsyncAPI. Well, indeed, when we started to work on this, there was no code generator in the AsyncAPI ecosystem. But we started because of that. And also because mostly we are developing in Java, and the integration of Node.js with Java, it's a bit problematic. So we are doing everything in the Java ecosystem and using Eclipse that has the Eclipse modeling framework. So here we have this editor. And this is here. We have a class diagram with all the concepts we want to model in our port. So basically, we have first we have the different brokers. So we have components. Our profile specifies that if you mark a component as a broker, you can define several properties for them. The same happens for the broker for the monitoring. I will explain this later. I'm not showing all the actual properties of the other broker because it's basically the same. We also can define the different topics we have. So the modeling approach we decided is to make a match between the topics and the signals, because in the end, a topic or a signal is something that happens asynchronously. And here we specify all the interesting properties that are relevant for us. And also we have which kind of message is published or subscribed inside a different topic. And later on, we can model the different types of messages. In this case, for example, using regular classes, regular classifiers that with the different properties. Okay. In this case, most of the properties are strings, even though probably are numbers, because in our domain, the messages that are indeed being sent by the actual implementation are strings. So this is just, we are simply reproducing the actual messages we already have in the infrastructure. And here we can also add the different properties of the messages. In this case, we can define the name of the messages. This is a very simple model, but can be used to very easily create a first implementation of the AsyncAPI description. So basically, from this, we can, well, you see that here I have a gen folder. Don't pay attention to this file here. And this is empty. So if we generate the AsyncAPI description, we obtain the model. And automatically, we generate this file. And we get all this code. We have the description of the different messages with the code, for the payloads, generate the payloads with the builder pattern, with documentation to serialize, deserialize, etc. We have the messages, we have the different schemas, the Wi-Fi, weather, waves, parking, observation, some interfaces, and here we have the different channels and the publish and subscribe operations. So just by using this code, we can directly start to create messages, send messages, receive messages, and parse those messages. We just started by a simple class diagram, and we generated the AsyncAPI specification that we have here. I'm going to remove to make this a bit smaller. Okay, and we have the specification with the servers, the channels, and the reusable components with the messages and the schemas. Okay. Here we have also all the outline of what we have just generated. This has been done mostly with 0 effort. And how is this code used? This indeed looks like very similar to the code that this morning Ivan presented. We simply, this is an example project. I already had this code. This is something that we generate the code to create the messages and to send the messages, to subscribe to the messages and to consume them. But the logic of the program still needs to be done by users. Okay? This is different from what was done by, what was presented by Ivan. But in this case, we simply have to declare the server. In this case, if you need to provide some kind of authentication, it's defined in this point. Is when you create the server, you provide the credentials. Next, you say, or you specify that for the Wi-Fi channel, you want to use the subscribe Wi-Fi operation, and you perform the subscription. And simply, you define a callback that it's executed when you receive a message. And next, what we have is a simple loop that basically publishes messages in a random, with a random waiting time between 10 and 20 seconds. Okay. The point of this code or of this specification is that we generate the API, we generate a kind of internal DSL that prevents users to create malformed messages, because you only can create messages using those methods that resemble the structure of the JSON messages, and that's the only way to create the messages. And in the same way, the only way to get the information from the messages is to use the generated methods, so you cannot mess up with the data types or with the structure of the messages. Okay? So if we execute this code, we see that we are sending one message, it is waiting for 10 seconds, and the message has been received with these properties that are being checked by all of this. Okay, this is quite simple. This is something. All the generated code part was already presented a long time ago. This part of the UML profile and all that, it's something that we did not too long ago. But now we're missing the second part, the quality of service. So as I said, one problem they have is that they need to know that, for example, for some topics, they receive messages every 10 minutes or 10 seconds or whatever. So in this case, you can simply take the model AsyncAPI file, and you can define the service level agreements properties. I'm going to use this second project because I already have some examples. But basically it's the same. If we see this, we see that we have the same main program. The only difference is that here we have two different servers. We have the monitoring server and the server. This is because here we have a small extension that specifies that a given server is being monitored. So when we generate the code to send messages through that server, we also instrument the code to detect the events that are of interest to compute a specific metric. This is something that is required for some kinds of metrics and is not required for some others. But since we need to instrument this, we do this way, okay? So the only difference with the main method, it's this. Now that I remove the isMonitored property, of course, the production server does not require to have a monitoring backup server where these monitoring messages are being sent, okay? And to specify the service level agreements properties, what we do is simply we have added to the top level in the same way that we have the components part, the info part, etc. We have the XSLA part where we define all the warranty terms. And one warranty term, in this case, for example, for the Wi-Fi, affects the scope, that it's the channel where the Wi-Fi messages are being sent. And once we define which are the scopes for this warranty term, basically we are going to define which are the quality conditions we want to meet, we specify the service level objectives of this. And the server level objectives are the metrics and the conditions we want to meet. In this case, if I'm going to remove the latency for the moment, because it will be easier, I keep that the period of the Wi-Fi messages that references this quality metric, it can be defined either as it happens with messages and all the other stuff. We can define it directly here inside the QoS metric, or we can define a reference to something that is defined inside the components. Since in this case, I was using the same metric. No, well, in this case, we have the latency is defined here in line and not the other, okay? But in this case, we say that the period of the Wi-Fi messages must be measured in seconds. The group by event is not implemented. I'm not going to give details about this. So basically, we say that the period must be less than 15 seconds in the Wi-Fi topic. And that's all. That's the only thing we have to define. And now, from now on, what we do here is to generate all the monitoring code for this. We have here the specific metrics we want to compute, the instruments that might be used to identify, to measure these metrics, the conditions, the expressions, the events that are going to be monitored, etc. This is everything generated automatically out of this small specification. So also the monitor program is generated. Well, not the program, just the class monitor. The only thing that a developer must do is to declare the monitor, pass the server that wants to monitor, and start the monitor. That's all. And now, if we execute this, I'm going to show this. We have started the monitor. I'm going to leave it here, pinned. We can run the same program as before that sends messages in a random time. I'm going to check the login properties, okay, to not log too much information. So if we run the application, we have the program sending data, and now, well, this is the first time we are evaluating this property. So it says that the period it's too long because we were starting from the beginning of the time. Now it has waited for 16 seconds and it's saying, okay, this message has has waited for 16 seconds instead of 15. We have a failure in the Wi-Fi term, so you should look at it. You should check it. Okay? So in this case, we are monitoring this. In this case, one quality property that does not need any kind of instrumentation. You can measure the period just by connecting to the channel and checking which messages are passing by there. You don't need to do anything else. But there are some other metrics that need some kind of instrumentation. Of course, if you don't control the platform you are monitoring, probably you cannot do too many things. But if in this case you can generate code and you are controlling the platform, you can directly generate the code that is detecting the events that are of interest. And this is, for example, the case that I was showing before with respect to the latency. The latency needs to know when a message has been sent and when a message has been received, and must calculate the period of time between the send and the receive of the message, okay? So in this case, simply by defining this quality of service, the generated code changes and all this instrumentation is directly generated. If we run again the monitor code, I'm going to show it here. Well, I didn't start it that way, but well, if I run the application at this point, nothing will be shown because with respect to the latency, because I have specified 500 milliseconds maximum of delay between the send and the receive. Since I'm running in localhost, mostly it's 1 or 2 milliseconds. So I'm going to change, I forgot to change the login, so we can see how this is being at this point detected. But if I change the latency login level, now we should see that these properties are being monitored. Okay, so now we are having these messages. This is waiting for 14 seconds. So it won't, well, it's for 14, yeah, it's below 15 seconds, so won't complain. But we are having now here that the latency has been recalculated, and that's it, okay? In this case, the latencies and the quality metrics are calculated every time the value changes, and that's what is notified. There are metrics that need to be actively monitored, or at least the software must warn the users about we are not receiving anything, and we are not monitoring anything. So be warned that this is something here that is not working well. So if we run this running for a while, I think that in 1 minute, probably, no, because when the program stops sending messages, I think, when the program starts sending messages, at some point I will have a warning about I have no new latency data, I have no new period data, so there's something that is not working well in this broker. Okay, so basically this is what we are doing in this use case regarding the smart port platforms in the AACoT' project together with ProDevelop. So nothing failed. So okay, basically in summary, I have shown is first that we provide some graphical modeling capabilities to model these asynchronous architectures. Probably UML is not the nicest language for most of you, but anyway, it's something that was easy to do, and was a nice exercise to think about what needs to be described if we need to build a graphical language. I have described this how we can consider these service level agreements together with AsyncAPI descriptions. I think that this is an interesting topic to study in this community. And I have do this small demonstration. And the point is, well, I did a very simple count of what's generated, but from this very simple UML profile or model, the AsyncAPI specification that is generated, it's nearly 600 non-trivial lines of code. I have removed empty lines, lines with only dashes, lines with only colons, lines with only curly braces. So it's non-trivial code. From this non-trivial code, we are able to generate several thousand lines of non-trivial Java code. And the point is that everything that is generated works out of the box. You don't need to configure anything. You get all the plated code for creating, sending, receiving, and consuming the messages, and the monitoring code can be automatically executed. You don't need to do anything else. You just run it and wait. Okay? Let's see if, for example, this is the warning I was saying that this scope has not been evaluated since this date here. So as I said, this is working and checking that everything is running. And basically that's all. Again, everything is still in our GitHub. I have not released a new version of this because we already have a paper under consideration about the quality part. But the code is there. We simply didn't build the product. It can be compiled if you want. It simply uses Maven. It's well documented, the process. And as I said, well, this is a collaboration together with this company, ProDevelop. And well, I think that that's all. If you have any questions or need more info, I'm here. There are no questions? I don't know if we have time. I didn't check too much the clock.
So you said before that you had like a DSL, I think, for creating the objects in Java with whatever, with these properties, with other. That was resembling the one in the AsyncAPI file. Now, my question is, how do you handle then? So in AsyncAPI, we're using JSON schema. Sorry. So what was the name of additional properties? So by default, additional properties are allowed on a JSON object, on a JSON schema. So if I wanted to add an extra property to the object that is not in the JSON schema definition, will it still be possible to do it?
Not at this time.
Not at this time, okay.
Yeah.
And have you figured out like a way how will you handle this? Because I'm interested. That's why I'm asking.
Not really. In fact, we have also the next part. It's also regarding the validation of the actual properties. And my idea would be to give some kind of generic method to allow that. And then instead of using static typing or any kind of typing, raising exceptions at execution time. I mean, the developer must know, of course, what he's doing. It's always a trade-off between the flexibility of doing whatever you want and trying not to abuse your language. So the idea would be, well, we will allow you to do it, but if we can enforce, or at least we can fail really early, that's the point, fail early, we will allow you to do it.
So the reason I'm asking is that I was considering that in the past, but the problem is that at runtime, sometimes you need to, well, maybe that's not the same in Java, but in Node.js, it's usually possible that at runtime, you decide the name of the property. So you don't know it beforehand. That's why you don't put it on the JSON schema definition, because you don't know the name of the property beforehand. right? So, so yeah, I don't know if it's the case here, but like you could not be, let's say, stopping the program because it's not in the JSON schema definition because, yeah, what I said, like it's impossible to have it there, right? So yeah, but yeah, I agree. Like there can be like different kind of strategies.
But the point in this case is that we really think that the AsyncAPI definition must be the single source of truth.
Yeah.
And if you have changed your decisions or you have changed your mind, or, since theoretically everything should be automatically generated, there shouldn't be a problem to modify the definition and regenerate everything else.
So, yeah.
But of course, that's ideal work. I mean, keep in mind that all this has been implemented only by me. So
no,
time is limited.
Which is
so these are the kind of things that you say, okay.
It's pretty cool. So don't get me wrong. Yeah. Yes, thanks. Yeah. Questions?
Not much a question, but something we have to chat about, because you mentioned you have these special extensions like for SLA. So like there's these, through the AsyncAPI mentorship, we're working now on enabling the extension catalog in the website so we can promote extensions more and support more in tooling. So we should explore like putting it into extension catalog and seeing if other people from the community want to extend it and standardize.
Sure. In fact, as I said, this was something that was presented past year, but now that we have started to do the actual implementation, because indeed we had an implementation. Mark Oriol, his colleague, did an implementation. But he moved position and he had all the implementation in his laptop. And he went to a conference and somebody stole his laptop and didn't push to the main repo. So that code was lost forever and ever. So I started to re-implement everything from scratch, and he started to mostly find things that were not that were bad designed, but were not following the conventions of the AsyncAPI specification. For example, in the sense of how references are described, how things you organize them in the schema. And now we are working on trying to match as most as possible the conventions you are following. And once we do this, now that we are starting to do the actual coding of the implementation, probably we will like to contribute it. Yeah.
I think you shared a nice story about how important it is to push code often.
Yeah.
Yeah. Thanks a lot.
Okay. Thank you. Okay. Thank you.
Oops. Hello, everybody. Hello, can you hear me? Anyone is still awake? Yes. Okay, so we are going to talk about all this day we're listening people talking about how we can generate code based on AsyncAPI, even architectures, and so. But something that we miss, I want to talk is how we can do properly testing about this thing that we are building. We build strong architectures, big architectures, okay, with thousands of components, with several services, microservices, all talking together. I don't know if you have something. Okay, so we were facing far time ago a problem that we have a huge architecture that need to be tested. Was defined as an ever architecture, was using Kafka as a middleware. They were defining the data that is shared, the message and the payloads using Apache Abro. So producers and consumers can guarantee that the data is understandable between the two ends. But they were looking about how to make the performance testing. When we asked, okay, to our client, how do you make the performance testing? Some people say, no, we just put data from production inside the system. What? Okay, and maybe there is another choice. So some teams create another pet project or parallel project so they can generate data and inject it there. So you need to keep it two projects that more or less do the same. Other people generate some tweak or a small endpoint that generate the data that is introduced into the event architecture. So it doesn't look quite good for that. So what we saw that we have architecture more or less like that, standard retail problem with different microservices, different messages that is shared in between. All is using different protocols, Kafka, gRPC, REST, and all of these need to be tested, okay? Our client in that moment was using JMeter as a framework for create all the test plans, for create the performance testing. So back to the back, the performance testing was doing partially using JMeter test plans with some of the elements that you can see here, mainly the REST one. They were missing the Kafka. So because we are owners of several microservices, it looked to us like a bit awful that to generate different microservices specifically for that, or just redirect the pipeline from production, anonymize the data, and introduce into the system. So we found something like an event middleware, Kafka or Red Panda, schemas format, Abro, protobuf, JSON schema, and we need to guarantee that the software that we are delivering was powerful enough to handle 1,000 million messages per second at the same time. So how we can do it, okay? We make like a small analysis about what is happening in the world. We found some half-baked solutions. Some of them, they barely support the schema definition based in Abro. Some people, as I told you, were using side projects. The other people were using ZenWave production data. So what we think? We think in other solution. We create Calogene. Calogene is a plugin, okay, that is based on JMeter. The name came from Kafka Load Generator, okay, and allow us to generate synthetic data based on schemas stored in a schema registry. Schema registry is like a document database service that allow us to store these schemas. So our plugin connect to these schema registries, download the schema, understand what is in it, presentate in a small table what you are defined, and allow us to make some tweaks about, and then you can generate millions of messages, and we also are able to listen for those messages and introduce into the JMeter test plan to read some validations. What you can see here, I see if the people don't kill me. This is the list of components that we actually are supporting. So all the KLG are the Calogene, but this one is the one who configure the schema registry configuration. So we can connect to a schema registry from Confluent or from Red Hat Epicurio. We can download and process a schema defined in Apache Abro, Google Protobuf, or JSON schema. We can integrate it with the JMeter test plan, so you can read a CSV file or the database or the JSON, get into the JMeter variables, introduce these values into the properties of the schema you want to test. We produce the data, inject it into the Kafka or the Red Panda. You can create a consumer, so we can receive from topics this data and realize assertions. So live demo is not possible because I don't have a laptop. So what I made is make a video that should be, okay, so you can see client, the CADEC client. So we can see a test plan. We can see here how we connect to a schema registry and download the schemas. Here you can see the properties for configuration. It's too fast. So here we can choose with the schema we want to generate with the properties, and suddenly we can configure the schema, the producer with the topic, the address, and then we can generate, and we can see here the values generated and injected into the topic. Here in the down, you can see the same values. Okay? I don't know if I can go back, but I think the people from the camera say don't touch anything. So you can see that, right? I can make it another try. Let's see if I can make another try. No. Yes. So, forgot the CADEC. Let's go to the top here. There are 4 components specifically. I can stop it. So we configure access security or no security to the schema registry. We connect and download all the topics that will appear in a Dropbox. So we choose which schema I want to process. I configure the topic, the Kafka server, the zookeeper, the topic, and all the security are specific and tweaks for communicate. And then I generate data. I think you cannot read it properly, but that comes from the schema registry, came with some specific data attached. Let's say I define an enum data that have some values. I will add those values into this table. So all the data generated from this specific field will be valid because we take the data from this enum. So you can say, so I can run proper performance testing / business testing or logic testing. Yes, you can do it. And you can communicate, you can receive the data and maybe inject it into another topic. Yes, we have components for that. So you can run complete and complicated test plans and build specific assertions for that, okay? But we are in AsyncAPI, right? So what this thing need to be with AsyncAPI if I am an AsyncAPI fanboy or fangirl? Something was missing. All the APIs were defined in AsyncAPI, but we still need to configure Calogene manually. So we need to do something, and we did it again. So a small live demo about a new component that I think I will release at the end of the month. So we create a proper sampler for AsyncAPI. You can see maybe it's added there, okay. You have a select box, so you can introduce. It's configuring the listener, sorry. So we choose the AsyncAPI file. We learn of the schema of the broker has been taken from the AsyncAPI file. We process all the environments. We process all the channels. Well, you need to save the file, okay? And once you press the play button, you will see that all the messages based on this data is generated in the topic defined by the name of the channel. No code, automatically, nothing else to do. The values defined as in the JSON schema as, let's say, the same enum than before, okay, are now added, and you can see here somewhere, if you have a better eyesight than me, in the properties, you can see the values there. Sorry, I cannot point it. But doesn't mean that with the same AsyncAPI file that they can generate code with whatever tool that they want, I can run, let's see if I can play it again. Yes. I can run performance testing with no code in an easy way, simple way. Yes, in a few weeks you can. Now it's in my laptop. But I push it. So yeah, it's in the repo, okay? And I think this time, I matched the time, not like the last time I speak in this conference that I got reprimand. So let's see, it ended quite well. It still needs work to be done in order to make it properly and document it. So yes, hopefully in the next weeks, I will be able to do it. The data is generated and will appear there. Now I generated 10 messages. You can generate 1,000 messages, not in your laptop because it will be melted, but if you want to generate millions, just use a proper server, okay? And I think that's all. Sorry for the last time. Any questions? No questions? No questions?
Yes.
I think it's not sound in the microphone.
Working? Is it? Okay.
Yep. No.
Perfect. So, well, first of all, thanks for making it short. We all appreciate. So, I like it that you are building Klogen to generate mock data, right? So, starting, how can I say, like, you take AsyncAPI file to mock data and publish data to a real broker, right? Test data. So, hello, camera. So,
I'm blended by the
yes. So that rings me a bell, and it's like Microx. Have you heard about Microx? Microx?
I think so.
Yeah. So we have some guys in the community who are doing a really cool project called Microx, and it's exactly that. It's exactly what you're trying to achieve here. So the camera is, yeah, it's chasing us. And yeah, just wanted to raise awareness of this, because you can probably, I don't know, collaborate or work together on this. It's also done on Java, so you should.
We built Klogen in 2019.
No, what I mean, yeah.
Has been in the world for the last 4 years or so.
Yeah.
So the latest develop is right now adding AsyncAPI support. We are planning in the future to add also Google registry and maybe Azure registry at the moment.
Yeah. So yeah, more than a question was just like to raise awareness of the existence of Microx as well. Because I think it's super important. And also there is another one which is exactly reversed, is done by Solaz. It's a library done by Solaz that takes real production data and creates AsyncAPI files from that data. But yeah, that's completely the opposite, I'd say. So, yeah,
the main point of Klogen was to introduce it into the JMeter pipeline. So we created this small piece of code that integrated in the more complex data. I think Micros, the one, is only focused on AsyncAPI and generate data. Does it integrate?
No, it's actually Postman collections, OpenAPI, AsyncAPI, Protobuf, a bunch of stuff already. Yeah. So yeah, I'll definitely recommend having a look.
I will take a look for you, sure. Thank you.
Thanks.
No more questions? No? No? Okay, thank you guys. Clicker.
Que hable. ¿Se oye? ¿Empiezo ya? Vale. Well, in this session, I'm going to present you a ZenWave SDK, a code generator for AsyncAPI, which was the first plugin that I wrote for the ZenWave SDK toolkit. So this started everything, and it's a code generator that can generate code for AsyncAPI, but also can abstract and generate code for you for some enterprise integration patterns. And well, it's an API-first code generator for Java projects with Spring. It's open source, and the code is quite recent, but the ideas that includes were battle tested for years, because this is the successor of a previous tool that I developed like about 4 years ago. And it was working in production for like 3 years. I believe it's still in production. So the code is quite new, but the ideas are battle test. So, well, the main question, why did I wrote ZenWave SDK for AsyncAPI if maybe there were already other code generators? And the answer is because we wanted to use the same API-first workflow that we were using with OpenAPI. I was working in a API-first strategy group on a company, and we were using OpenAPI very successfully, and we wanted to standardize how people write and read messages from the broker. So we didn't find in any of the tools. Okay, this is the workflow that we used. We use a Maven plugin, but we could live with a CLI or any other tool. And that plugin, that Maven plugin from OpenAPI generator, it generated for us some DTOs, a Java interface for the service. And if you are building a server, that interface will be annotated with some annotations for Spring MVC. And if you implement that interface, you are building a server. And if you are building you want to build a client to connect to a REST API, you will get one interface that it looks almost the same as the server one, but you get some implementation behind the scenes with different flavors. So you don't need to write any code. You just instantiate that implementation. You configure maybe the URL and maybe the authentication, and you can start sending get, post, delete, all the operations to that API. And we found, this was about 4 years ago, in the code generators that we found in the AsyncAPI toolkit didn't provide this workflow. And because this was our comfort zone, we decided to build it. Because we didn't find it, we decided to build it. Because these code generators, and if I'm wrong, or if I'm mistaken and they can do more now, please let me know in the questions, but they mostly help you generate just the models, the DTOs for your messages. And we wanted to standardize not only the models, but how people connect to the brokers, because every single project was writing and reading messages in their own way. And the first use case that we got for the AsyncAPI, for asynchronous messages, is to do some contract testing. So if we wanted to explore some contract testing strategy for the whole company, and everybody was writing and reading messages in their own way, well, it does crazy stuff. So we wanted that workflow with one single interface that was common for the whole company and with different implementations behind the scenes. And when you upgrade the generator, you will get a different implementation, but your code still works the same. So this is the reason why we build ZenWave. And there is an exception, because there is also, now, recently, there is also code generator, which is written in Singular. There are people here that has worked in, which is the multi-API code generator that follows a similar approach. It generates some interface and with basic implementation behind using Spring Cloud streams. But ZenWave can generate the models for you. It can generate a business interface with some implementation behind. It can generate also a headers object, so you get typed headers. Because we are generating an interface with some flavors for the implementation, we can create some integration patterns for you in that implementation, just with configuration. So this is how it works. It's a code generator. It's written in Java with handlebars for the templates. Has a command line interface, but also a Maven plugin. Supports AsyncAPI version 2 and version 3. Actually, version 3, there might be some small glitches because maybe I didn't understand the changes altogether, but it almost supports version 3 already. It generates messages for the DTOs for the messages, the header objects, the Java business interfaces, and it can generate multiple flavors for the implementation. Right now, we are using Spring Cloud Streams, which has connectors for most brokers. So this is the schema. So from the AsyncAPI file, there is a code generator that you can run in your Maven project as your build, or you can run it in a pipeline, and it will generate a business interface with some DTOs, and the default implementation, which is Spring Cloud Streams. At runtime, you can use many different brokers to connect to virtually almost every broker. Because you are using just a Java interface, we can generate some code for some enterprise integration patterns, like a transactional outbox. We can do some exception handling for you. We can create an enterprise envelope. And the last one is very nice because we can fill the value or some headers for you automatically just with configuration in the AsyncAPI file. You can specify some runtime expressions and we will fill the value. So, okay, there is a CLI and a Maven plugin. And, well, there is something special about asynchronous event-driven APIs. And it is that they are symmetric. I think this is one of the main differences between REST APIs or HTTP APIs and event-driven APIs. Because REST APIs are client-server and request-response. They talk together, they know to know each other, and they talk together synchronously. And event-driven are broker-based, which is a totally different beast, because which one is the server, which one is the client, which one is what is producing in one side is subscribing in the other side. What is subscribing in the other side is producing in the first side. So this brings a lot of confusion. We already know how much confusion. So how we do document our APIs? So when we were proposing this, adopting AsyncAPI and creating this plugin, which was about 4 years ago, we need to make some decisions. How to avoid duplication, which operation should I use? Should I publish? Should I subscribe? Should I use both? I create 2 APIs, one for this side, one for the other side, which is exactly the same, but the other way around. Should I create one different file for sharing the schemas between these two. But then if I use reference, where I put this file, because if it's in GitHub, where our code was, you need authentication. If it's an open place, where is open? It's inside, it's in the cloud, so people can work remotely, or it's inside the on-premise. It was a big mess. So our proposal, and it worked very nice for years, was to document your messages only once and from the perspective of the functionality provider. And well, this requires a little bit of explanation because we need to distinguish between provider client and producer consumer because they look the same, but they are different concepts. And for understanding the difference, we need to understand that the messages come into flavors. There are messages that are events. That means that they are informing that something happened already. I mean, if I'm the provider of one functionality and I'm informing the ecosystem of my company that something already happened, I'm publishing that event as the provider of this functionality. But if I'm a command, on the other hand, represents a request to start an action. So if I'm listening for a request to start an action and I'm going to start that action, I am the provider of the function. If I'm listening, I am the provider of the functionality. It may sound complex, but it's a little bit easier when you get your head around. In a nutshell, providers produces events and consumes commands, and clients consumes events and produces commands. And well, there are some tricks to know how to document your API, if you use the publish or the subscribe. But usually, if your message is an event, and there will be only one provider. And if your message is a command, it will be only one consumer. That's one of the tricks. But once you get your head around, it's quite easy. And once you find if you are the provider or the consumer, our proposal was to create the APIs only from the side of the provider and then configure the generator to generate the inverse code in the other side. So we avoid duplication, and we already have a way to know if you use publish or use subscribe. And what about the operation ID? Because we use like in the OpenAPI, we use the operation ID for generating some method names in Java. So this convention worked very nice for us. If we are modeling some event, we add a prefix which is on the event name, and if we are listening for a command, do command name, for instance, on customer event created, do create customer. And it works it works in both sides if you follow this convention. So I'm going to show you a little bit of how it looks to generate the code and what integration patterns we support out of the box. So, okay, we generate interfaces, DTOs, headers, and implementations. This is some Maven configuration. Don't worry, this is documented in the website. But there is one thing that I want to bring attention to, and it's here in the dependencies section. There are two Java dependencies, which are, they are just Maven jars, which one is AsyncAPI Spring Cloud Streams 3, which is a generator for ZenWave. So this is our standard generator for Spring Cloud Streams, but you can create your own. And if you want to create your own, you can fork this one. You can start from scratch. What I mean is that we don't expect that the code that we generate it will fit on every team, on every organization. If you like it, you can use it. If you like it so, you can fork it. If you don't like it, you can create your own. And the other one is AsyncAPI JSON schema to Pollock. And well, it's another generator for generating the DTOs. And for configuring, we configure each generator and with some options. In this case, one execution is for generating the DTOs, and the other execution is for generating a provider with a style imperative. It's not reactive, because we also support reactive programming. And what it generates is an interface for the consumer and a class which extends some up with, well, it's collapsed there, but there are some static typed headers if you already configure it in your AsyncAPI. And for the producer, we generate an interface that it looks almost the same in both sides. So how you should use it? For the producer, you will get an implementation. So if you configure a Spring Boot context, you can auto-wire this interface, and you can instantiate the event DTO, the message DTO, you fill some data, and you use the event producer to send the event. And it uses the name that you configure in the operation ID. In this case, it reads like the operation, it reads like the domain code that you want to create, customer events producer on customer event. I mean, it's not the language about sending to the broker or reading to the broker. It's the language of your domain. And for the consumer, you implement the service, so you will get all the messages in your service. You only need to add the component to the Spring Boot context. And well, this is the schema because we have an interface. The only thing that I showed you here was the interface. The implementation that we gave you can have multiple implementation flavors. So these are one of the configuration options. You can create a provider or a client, imperative or reactive. You can expose a DTO or a Spring message DTO if you need to read some headers or write some headers. And it supports JSON and Avro. And for the integration patterns, it supports transactional outbox. So you can configure the generator to create an implementation flavor for you that will send your messages to the broker as part of a transaction. I mean, we have support for MongoDB and SQL. And for instance, if you want to send a message to a Kafka broker and you are using a MongoDB data store, if you store your data in MongoDB and then you send your message and the sending to the broker fails, but you already committed to MongoDB, you have a problem. If you invert the operations and if there is a problem in the second commit, you also have a problem. So with the implementation that we created, we save, instead of sending the message directly to the broker, we save your operation and the message inside MongoDB in one transaction. Hopefully you configure it all right for being in one transaction, and there is a process behind the scenes that is sending the messages. So you can have a transactional outbox with no effort. I'm going to show you in a minute how easy it is to configure. And for business dead letter queue, we provide some error handling for you out of the box, because when you're reading one message and there is a problem, there is an exception, maybe because serializing, or if there is some serialization problems, your broker is going to try again. Maybe there are about a number of retries. But if you already know that the processing of that message failed because of a business reason, some business rule that is broken, some validation there is no point in throwing an exception and your broker sending again and retrying the message. So we provide some exception handling that you only need to configure, and we will get which exception you are sending, and we are going to send that message to a dead letter queue, which is a business dead letter queue. It's not a infrastructure dead letter queue. And the last one, which is very nice, we can fill the value of some headers automatically for you, which is great for correlation ID, for partitioning, for sending, distributing IDs as headers. So this is how this is what we can generate, but as I said before, all the plugins are just Maven jars. So you can create your own. If you have some ideas of what implementations you want to have, you can create them, and you can deploy them to Maven Central if you like, as open source. You can publish them in a private Artifactory. You can contribute it to the main project. I mean, it's up to you. This is supposed to be a bazaar. We provide the infrastructure for you to create your own implementations. And this is how easy it is to configure. We have the configuration that I showed you before, and there is an extra, one extra configuration which says transactional outbox MongoDB, and the implementation changes from sending the message straight to the broker to saving the message into the outbox. And for business dead letter queue, it's that simple as having a map of exceptions and having the binding, the Spring Cloud strings binding, where you want to send that exceptions. And it works top-down, and in the moment that it finds one exception that is part of the hierarchy of the exception that you are throwing, is going to use that binder to send the error. And if it doesn't find anyone, it throws the message up. And for auto headers, it follows this convention. It has this runtime expression that, well, it will fill the value of this header from the message payload customer ID. In reflection at runtime, it's going to get that ID and it's going to fill the. So this is very nice for doing partitioning in Kafka. And for tracing ID, you can also have this expression, tracing ID supplier, which means that it's going to look in your Spring Boot context for a supplier, an object that implements the supplier interface, that is going to provide the ID for a global transaction ID. And enterprise envelope is a little bit more involved or more complex, but it was actually the first implementation that we created, because in this company that I was working, there was a policy that every single message that we wrote to Kafka, it got to be wrapped in an envelope, and inside that envelope was the payload, the business payload. So if we describe every single AsyncAPI that we have with the same envelope, we are describing nothing. So it was a business rule that we got to follow, but at the same time, it was what are we describing? So we create this extension, so we allow the teams, the applications to specify the business payload and then add some extension to the operation, saying what is the class of the envelope, and there is a class that we have a jar for all the corporation that wrap it and unwrap it, the business payload from the corporate envelope. And you can do whatever you want here. You can encrypt some properties, you can compress, you can whatever. You create one class that wraps and unwraps the messages, and you can do open possibilities. Okay, so another thing that we found that is very easy, how to distribute the APIs in a corporate environment, and versioning also. So we found that, at least in the Java world, if you pack it inside a jar file, you can use your Artifactory, which is widely adopted, very easy distribution, because every single Java project will have access, every single IDE will have access. You already have access control for the security. It doesn't matter if it's cloud or if it's on-premise. And you also have, for free, the versioning. Before, we packed everything in a jar, and in the pipeline of the project, we decompress that jar in the target folder, and we use the file. But because, well, that is a little bit cumbersome, we make that ZenWave SDK already can read from inside the class path. So you just need to add your API that was packed in the pipeline inside a jar. You add it to the dependencies, and you can use the prefix class path dot and the full path. Okay, demo time. Today we don't have time for a live coding demo, and I love live coding demos because I prefer to let the code speak. But I hope you get an idea of what ZenWave SDK can do for you. And I think, well, you go to the ZenWave SDK, the GitHub page. There is also a repository with a lot of examples, the kitchen sink, which I use for testing all the implementations. And you can also go to getting started from ZenWave. Well, this was the talk. And if you have any questions now. It was a long day already. Yeah. Okay, so this was the first plugin that I wrote, that all the other plugins that I showed you before in the morning, they came after this one, because it was, okay, now that I have all the infrastructure for this, why I cannot do, so it came all the rest. But as I say, you can fork it, just the generators. You don't need to fork everything, and you can make it work for your company. And if it doesn't work for your company because there is a bug in the generator that does, just make contact. You can find me in GitHub or in the social networks. And so thank you very much. And
Hola, querida comunidad de AsyncAPI. Qué gusto estar aquí con ustedes el día de hoy. Me hubiera encantado estar con ustedes en persona, pero gracias por tenerme aquí, al menos virtualmente. Hello, beautiful community of AsyncAPI. I wish I could have been there in person to see you and give some of you hugs, but at least I'm able to visit you virtually today. Vamos a hablar sobre el poder de pensar en ecosistema y cómo pensando en ecosistema nos ayudó a por fin poder cultivar una comunidad diversa de documentación en AsyncAPI. Today we're going to talk about how the power of ecosystem thinking helped us cultivate and grow, build a very diverse docs community at AsyncAPI. Pero saben, mientras más la pienso, más pienso que poder, no es la mejor palabra aquí. Siento que hay una mejor palabra para describir esto. The more I think about it, the more I feel that power isn't the best word I can use here. I feel that there's a better word to use. What could it be? ¿Qué palabra podrá ser? La magia. Realmente creo que manejando tu documentación como un ecosistema va a transformar tu vida, la vida de tu comunidad, y realmente creo que es magia verlo como un ecosistema. I really do believe that viewing documentation as an ecosystem is true magic, because you really get to see true diversity of life, contributions, contributors, a unique ecosystem of community contributors, contributing and building Docs community. Let's get started. Vamos a empezar. Bueno, quizás se están preguntando, ¿quién es esta tal Alejandra Quetzalli, no? Perhaps some of you are wondering, who is this Alejandra Quetzalli? Claro, no cabe más. Tengo que presumir que por fin soy una autora publicada. Mi libro, Docs as Ecosystem, The Community Approach to Engineering Documentation. Pues no me la van a creer. Fue, como pueden ver ahí, número 1 en nuevos releases en diseño de software y ingeniería en Amazon. Súper emocionadísima. Como pueden ver, esto de pensar de la documentación como un ecosistema, ya tengo tiempo pensando de esta manera. As you can tell, due to the title of the book that I got published, I've been thinking about docs as an ecosystem already for a while. Ok, ¿cuál es nuestra meta el día de hoy? ¿Qué vamos a hacer el día de hoy? Bueno, pues vamos a aprender sobre cómo manejar documentación como un ecosistema y cómo tú puedes aplicar esto en tus comunidades. Vamos a hablar sobre los beneficios que manejando la documentación como ecosistema ha traído ya ahorita a nuestra comunidad aquí en AsyncAPI. Y luego vamos a hablar sobre pues típicos problemas y issues que sí van a poder salir de vez en cuando estás adoptando nuevos procesos, cuando adoptas un nuevo modelo o nueva idea para tu comunidad. Ok, pues vamos a hablar primero y dar un poquito de contexto para entender mejor lo que tradicionalmente ha sido la documentación. Por lo general, tradicionalmente, la documentación es bastante aislada, estática y solamente unas cuantas personas tienen acceso o derecho a manejar y crear la documentación. ¿A qué me refiero por la palabra aislada? Bueno, honestamente, aislado como un ermitaño, por decirlo así. A veces los escritores técnicos nos sentimos como que estamos aislados como un ermitaño en una esquina, solos tratando de averiguar cómo funciona esto para poder escribir documentación de calidad, pero no tenemos el contexto y la información necesaria para poder terminar todo solo nosotros si ocupamos el apoyo de algún ingeniero, alguna conversación, algún demo, qué sé yo. Entonces, a veces en los grupos y los círculos de technical writers, nos hemos acostumbrado a pensar que no nos queda de otra más que trabajar de esta forma. Casi pensamos que esa es la única manera de trabajar, porque pues todo mundo lo hace así. ¿Y cuáles son los típicos problemas que resultan de esta manera de manejar la documentación? Pues la información no está al tanto. no hay personas, suficiente personal que recuerda de estar checando la documentación para ver que tenga la información más corriente, más al tanto. También vas a notar que muchas veces casi no hay movimiento de la comunidad y las voces de la comunidad no se escuchan cuando haciendo cambios de la documentación. Inclusive muchas organizaciones ni siquiera tienen idea de qué la comunidad que usa sus productos opinan al respecto de su documentación porque ni siquiera les han preguntado. Y claro está, todo esto resulta en una mala experiencia para el usuario. A final de cuentas, esto no se siente accesible para la comunidad diversa global. So, traditionally, in the way most people treat documentation, technical writers tend to feel siloed. What do I mean by siloed? Almost like hermits, that they are hidden away in their own little corner, and somehow they have to figure out how everything works, how to put stuff together, and hopefully they don't have to bother an engineer because they don't want to be trouble. And I think that even though a lot of technical writers are used to having to work this way, just because we've always done something a certain way doesn't mean that that's the best way to do something. Typical challenges of treating the documentation processes this way and only allowing a few select people to be able to access and create it is that you will have a lot of outdated information, lack of context, and many times you won't even know what your community thinks because many organizations don't invest time to even ask their community via surveys or votes or user research to understand what the diverse community at large requires for their documentation needs. At the end of the day, this is a poor user experience. This is not an accessible experience. Ok, entonces, ¿cuál es la diferencia cuando estamos pensando en la documentación como ecosistema? Pues ahora el paradigma es la comunidad está manejando la documentación. Si tú trabajas en open source, esto debe sonar como otro día normal para ti. Now we're going to talk about ecosystem thinking in docs. This is truly a community-driven paradigm. This model is completely community-driven. If you work in open source, this should sound like another regular day for you, I hope. Ok, entonces, ¿qué propone este nuevo modelo? Proponemos que la documentación es holística y multidisciplinaria. ¿Qué significa eso? Holística porque la documentación es solamente un pedazo de un ecosistema más grande. ¿Qué partes de ese ecosistema me refiero? Bueno, por ejemplo, version control, continuous integration, creation processes, usage, las interdependencias, el impacto en la comunidad, los feedback loops de los que hemos estado hablando. Why holistic? As you can see, when you view documentation as a holistic piece, you are seeing documentation, you are proposing that docs are only a part of a larger ecosystem, such as version control, continuous integration, interdependencies, community feedback, and of course, the feedback loops, the most important ones of all. ¿Por qué multidisciplinaria? Bueno, porque involucra contribuciones de diferentes individuos de diferentes áreas. No solamente escritores, no solamente ingenieros, también gente que trabaja en developer relations, también diseñadores, product managers, estudiantes, interns, inclusive a veces las personas que trabajan en, por ejemplo, ventas o soporte para los clientes y las personas que son gerentes de las cuentas de los clientes, ellos muchas veces reciben feedback de la gente usando la tecnología y ellos saben las típicas preguntas que los usuarios tienen. Así que ellos pueden contribuir información muy importante para saber cómo mejorar la documentación. So why multidisciplinary? Because it involves contributions from individuals across various fields. So not just technical writers, not only engineers, you can receive contributions and often will from developer relations, product managers, diverse open source community members, students, interns, and why stop there? Often people from sales, customer support, and account managers have unique insights and feedback that they receive daily from customers, community members using a certain technology. And these folks also have lovely feedback to provide documentation creators for improving the documentation. As you can see, thinking about documentation as an ecosystem really means broadening the perspective and truly looking to achieve the highest quality across all the areas involved in this ecosystem. Ok, ahora vamos a hablar sobre estrategias para que tú puedas crear tu propio ecosistema de documentación en tus comunidades. Bueno, pues algo súper importantísimo que les recomiendo es que ofrezcan programas de mentoría. Busca mentores en tu organización, en tu proyecto, que quieran colaborar para compartir conocimiento en el área en la que trabajan, para poder continuar involucrando la gente joven, gente minoría en los procesos de tu documentación. También es muy importante que seguido ustedes estén manteniendo una conversación, comunicación con estos contribuidores de tu documentación, con la gente de tu comunidad. Esos pueden ser cosas como conversar con canales como Slack, claro, mensajes privados. También haz eventos donde te puedes reunir con tu gente, ¿verdad? Seguido, pregúntale a la gente en tu comunidad, a tus contribuidores, ¿cómo sigues? ¿Necesitas algo? ¿Cómo te puedo apoyar? También es muy importante que enfatices siempre en tu comunidad el hecho de que cualquier persona, tanto novato como experto, tiene algo que contribuir a la documentación. A la gente que es más nueva al área, ellos también tienen perspectivas interesantes e importantes para poder ayudarnos a escribir buena documentación. Y la gente experta que tiene mucho más experiencia y conocimiento, pues aún con más razón, más responsabilidad tienen ustedes de compartir su conocimiento, ¿verdad? Porque mientras más conocimiento, más responsabilidad. Y también, claro, integrar feedback loops con tu comunidad. Es muy importante que estés manejando iterativamente estas mejoras en tu documentación basado en el feedback que tú recibes de tu comunidad y luego también tú revisando la información y los datos que ves en los analíticos de tu documentación. Si notas que un área de tu documentación recibe visitas mucho más seguidos y que hay otras páginas en tu documentación que nadie visita, eso definitivamente debería de informar qué cambiar en tu documentación y qué áreas seguir mejorando. Es importante recibir e integrar el feedback de tu comunidad, no solamente al principio, sino también al final de tu proyecto. Y claro, no puedes tener una comunidad contenta si no les das las gracias por su trabajo, si no los aprecias, si no les das todo el apoyo que puedes darles. Es muy importante cuando puedas tomarte el tiempo de darle las gracias y de enseñarle a tus escritores que lo que están haciendo es muy importante, porque cuando tú tomas el tiempo de hacer eso, ayudas a que tus escritores se sientan valorados y también ayudes a continuar creciendo tu comunidad, porque los escritores van a seguir regresando, van a estar contentos, van a querer seguir trabajando con tu comunidad. Now, I'm not really going to translate this slide into English because I honestly feel I mostly just repeated what was on the slide. So let's move on to the next section. Ok, todo esto muy bien, teoría de lo que creemos que puede funcionar mejor si pensamos en ecosistema. Pero ¿qué tal un caso de la vida real? Ok, pues lo que han estado esperando. Vamos a hablar de cómo aplicando este modelo de ecosistema a la documentación de AsyncAPI ha traído muchísimos beneficios bien padrísimos. En México, padre significa muy bonito, muy interesante, algo muy emocionante. Ok, por fin tenemos comunidad de documentación. Hace 2 años no había nadie, o sea, Fran y Lukasz escribieron 2 que 3 documentos y estaba así como que bien esquelética la documentación. Ahora tenemos, primero que nada, por fin juntas públicas exclusivamente para preguntas y respuestas de documentación. Tenemos discusiones y a veces hasta tenemos workshops. Eso está padrísimo. Los tenemos por lo general cada 2 semanas, los jueves. Les recomiendo que chequen el calendario de AsyncAPI para que vengan a la junta de docs con nosotros. También algo bien emocionante es que por fin, por primera vez, AsyncAPI fue aceptado en Google Season of Docs, GSOD, y inclusive ya nos han aceptado 2 veces. Algo más emocionante aún, este año, por primera vez, el grupo de, el programa que ACE creó del Mentorship Program, abrimos una categoría este año por primera vez para los escritores técnicos. Así que este año tenemos 2 grupos de escritores que les estamos pagando. Tenemos el grupo de Google Season of Docs y el grupo también del Mentorship Program. Padrísimo. Y además de todo esto, tenemos también contribuidores regulares que, aunque no les pagamos, de todas formas les gusta contribuir cosas como, por ejemplo, estamos creando un style guide para tener consistencia en nuestra documentación. Y también Cynthia, Peter, que de hecho también está hablando en esta conferencia. Ella habló más temprano el día de hoy, antes que yo. Ella ha estado contribuyendo para crear una guía para ayudar a abordar nuevos contribuidores a la documentación. Súper padrísimo. Por fin tenemos más documentos y este año con los 2 grupos de escritores definitivamente vamos a tener más del doble o triple de documentos que lo que teníamos el año pasado. Y algo lo cual me encantaría gritarlo desde los cielos. Padrísimo que como ya nos han aceptado 2 veces en Google Season of Docs, hemos podido recaudar más de $20,000 americanos para pagarles a nuestros escritores técnicos. O sea, qué padre, ¿no? Más de 20 docs para poder pagarles bien a nuestros escritores. Como pueden ver, tenemos resultados que demostrar por manejar nuestra documentación y nuestra comunidad de documentación como un ecosistema. Okay, so as you can see, we wanted to think now how to apply this to a real life example. What better case study than to describe how this has evolved in AsyncAPI docs? So I honestly think that thanks to us overall managing documentation as a community-driven ecosystem, we finally have so many benefits to showcase for that work, for those changes, for those improvements. First of all, we finally have docs community. For the longest time, we had no docs community. Fran and Lukasz wrote the first 3-4 docs, and it was basically a little skeleton. There was almost nothing in the documentation part of the website. We finally have so many more docs than we ever had before. Thanks to the fact that we finally have a docs community, we have so many exciting things going on. We have now, for the first time, open docs community meetings every 2 weeks on Thursdays. I encourage you to double check the AsyncAPI calendar and make sure you join the meeting because we'd love to have you there. So besides the open docs community meetings, finally the first time AsyncAPI was accepted into Google Season of Docs. In fact, we've been accepted twice, and we have raised over $20,000 to pay our technical writers. How exciting is that? That thanks to being accepted by Google Season of Docs, we had budget to pay our technical writers over $20,000 spread out overall, of course. We also have this year, for the first time in our mentorship program run by ACE for the AsyncAPI community, for the first time, we have a category for technical writing. So now we have 2 paid technical writer groups this year for AsyncAPI, Google Season of Docs and the mentorship program. Woot woot! On top of all that, we also have just regular contributors who, even though they're not getting paid for a specific writing program task, they're still contributing to regular documentation things, such as helping us create our first AsyncAPI style guide for consistency, and Cynthia Peter, who spoke earlier actually today in our conference. She's helping contribute an onboarding guide for new docs contributors to AsyncAPI docs. So big thanks to Cynthia, as she's working on that as well. As you can see, treating and managing documentation as an ecosystem has some pretty amazing results so far already in our own community. Ok, pero seamos honestos. No todo va a ser color de rosa. Siempre va a haber algún problema, alguna barrera que enfrentar. Entonces, ¿cuáles son las típicas barreras? ¿Cómo manejas la resistencia al cambio, la resistencia a una nueva idea? ¿Y cómo rayos puedes coordinar muchos contribuidores que vienen de diferentes partes de la vida, con diferentes conocimientos y además asegurarte que, al final de todo, la contribución sea de calidad? Está difícil, ¿verdad? Bueno, pues les voy a responder alguna de estas preguntas contándoles una pequeña historia. Okay, as you can see, if we're honest, nothing is ever perfect. There's always challenges to overcome, things that we need to figure out. So we have several questions, how do we deal with roadblocks, with resistance to new ideas? How do you coordinate large numbers of contributors? How do you ensure quality? And I would like to answer that by telling you a short story. That's right, I have created a short story just for you. Pequeño disclaimer. Cualquier similitud a la vida real o personas que quizá ustedes conozcan en AsyncAPI, les prometo que es meramente coincidencia. Cada historia tiene un villano. Every good story has a villain. Érase una vez un villano que se llamaba Product Manager. Sí, lo he dicho. Once upon a time, there was a villain, and this villain's name was Product Management. That's right, I said it. Now, this villain had a very best friend. The villain, our product manager, was very best friends with the anti-hero. Before we get into that, let's describe a little bit about why this product manager was a villain. This particular product manager was a villain because instead of helping build bridges, he was more intent on building barriers. He was very intent on always being the most person in control of the land of documentation. He did not want anyone else to be able to make the rules of the land of documentation. In order to continue building more barriers, he decided to team up with his best friend, the anti-hero. Érase una vez que este villano quería continuar siendo el rey de toda la tierra de documentación. No quería que nadie más hiciera reglas en la tierra de la documentación. Para continuar en su poder, este villano, en lugar de construir puentes, construía barreras para impedir que la gente en la tierra donde él vivía pudiera construir y hacer buena documentación. Un día decidió que necesitaba aún más poder, así que decidió hacerse mejor amigo de este anti-hero, que era, en esta historia, un ingeniero. Recuerden que los antihéroes no son villanos. Muchas veces los antihéroes tienen muy buenas intenciones. Remember, anti-heroes are not villains. Anti-heroes often have good intentions. Este antihéroe estaba de acuerdo con el villano y decía, definitivamente yo te puedo ayudar a construir más barreras para que la gente normal en nuestra tierra no pueda escribir documentación. En mi opinión, solamente los escritores deberían de escribir documentación. Nadie más. Nosotros los ingenieros estamos muy ocupados escribiendo código y arquitectura moderna. Entonces, pues no me la van a creer. Pues llegaron los superhéroes a salvar el día. You're not going to believe me, but right in the middle of all this mess and all of these evil plans that were hatching between the villain and the anti-hero, some superheroes arrived to save the day. ¿Quiénes son estos superhéroes? Estos superhéroes nosotros los vemos por lo general en día de día y están en papeles muy normales que no pensamos. Muchas veces estos superhéroes son nuestros mentores, nuestros educadores, los maestros, los investigadores, los que nos ayuden a conseguir conocimiento para poder superarnos y crecer. Bueno, pues estos superhéroes llegaron a salvar el día y crearon programas de mentoría, crearon programas educativos, crearon materiales educativos para que pudieran abrir puertas a cualquier persona en la Tierra a poder crear buena documentación. These superheroes arrived and they decided to break all the barriers that the villain and the anti-hero had created. They broke barriers and they built new bridges and they opened doors so that anyone in the land had the power and the right to create documentation for themselves. Gracias al trabajo de estos superhéroes, pudimos conocer genios, estudiantes, gente joven que apenas estaba impulsando su carrera y tuvieron la libertad de por fin ellos crear su propia documentación. Ya nadie los impedía, nadie les ponía barreras. Ahora ellos tenían la libertad y el poder de crear documentación padrísima, muy buena documentación. So thanks to our superheroes who came to save the day and decided to break these barriers that had been made by the evil villain and anti-hero, finally the land had opportunity and open doors for anyone, such as students and younger people in the field, to be able to break ahead in their careers, and they finally had the right and the freedom to create amazing documentation, and they had greater support from the overall community that they lived in. So, as you can tell, anyone can be a superhero. Anyone can choose to be the superhero in their community of documentation. Remember the bigger picture. Engineers are not the sole audience of docs. Docs are a global educational resource. Recuerden el panorama mayor. A final de cuentas, los ingenieros no son los únicos usuarios del global que ayuda y empodera globalmente a nuestras comunidades. And finally, knowledge is power. You must share your knowledge. You have a responsibility to share your knowledge with your communities, just writing some good technical blog posts or writing some docs. Finalmente, recuerden que el conocimiento es poder. Así que mientras más conocimiento, más responsabilidad de compartir tu conocimiento con la comunidad, escribiendo blogs educativos o documentación. Comparte tu conocimiento con la comunidad. Así que, ¿qué es nuestro trabajo? Ahora, ¿cuáles son las acciones a tomar? Bueno, primero que nada, recuerda, no seas una barrera a tu comunidad, sé un puente para tu comunidad de documentación. También recuerda compartir tu conocimiento, ayuda a escribir alguna documentación tú también. Abre las puertas para que cualquier persona pueda escribir documentación en tu comunidad. Y no olviden siempre estar integrando feedback de la comunidad antes y después de sus procesos de crear documentación. Es algo tan sencillo como abrir un voto público o abrir surveys donde pueden hacer preguntas específicas de qué cambiar y después preguntándole a la comunidad si le gustaron los cambios que integraron. Muchísimas gracias por tenerme. Fue un gusto verlos, aunque fuera virtualmente. Que tengan.
Okay, it's only just now I realized that I'm the villain. I'm Vice President Product Management from Oracle, so yes, I have product management. I really enjoyed Alejandra's talk. It was very nice. Not only am I the villain, but I'm the villain from the megacorp Oracle. Ooh. But I'm conflicted though, because one of the topics today, my main topic actually, is to talk about how we've built AsyncAPI onto a product called Golden Gate. Golden Gate is, of course, the picture Alejandra used for the bridges. So our business with Golden Gate is to make bridges between software products, right? And databases. So I don't know, villain, hero, maybe at the end you'll tell me. So I know it's been a long day, so I'm going to go very fast. I wanted to talk a little bit about what is change data capture and replication, just very quickly. I want to talk a little bit about what the Golden Gate software is, sort of why we're here, why we're putting AsyncAPI on the Golden Gate. And then I'll spend most of the time in here kind of talking about some of the use cases for AsyncAPI that we're seeing with our customers. And then we'll tell a little bit about the roadmap and our experiences. So I'll try to go pretty fast. I think many of you already know what change data capture is, but I wanted to really just emphasize the point that we see change data capture as being an important part of the enterprise software architecture precisely because it works with transactions. So Kafka, for example, is not a transactional system when it comes to what's called DML. So database transactions are a very special type of transaction. When you make an insert, when you make an update, the database maintains the transactional consistency across what could be thousands of users, many rows affected on an update, and it keeps everything consistent while the database is processing. You'd have thousands of clients manipulating billions of records, and the database maintains the consistency of the transactions as well as the durability of the transactions. So when something fails, the application stops, we need to restart, we restart from the database, or the database provides the durability. So these types of transactions that we have in here, very important. It's the DML is the data manipulation, the DDL is the schema changes that we see, provides the consistency, and also the durability of the transactions. So again, for transactional databases, especially OLTP databases, this is very important. So change data capture is really about capturing the event in the database when the data is committed. So what we're doing is we're reading the events while the database is processing. We see the inserts, we see the updates, we see the deletes, and we capture that event, and then we can do something with it, right? So you'll see now with AsyncAPI, what we're doing is we're making those events from the database layer publish as streams, event streams coming from the database through an AsyncAPI interface. And that's where the replication comes in. I think in developer language, we'll talk about brokers, right? So essentially replication software is about being able to broker the transaction and send it over the network. So that's databases. So Golden Gate is actually one of the first CDC tools in the world. It was actually originally a startup in San Francisco. Started in, I think, 1996. And it's been around for a long, long time. Oracle purchased Golden Gate technology in 2009. Oracle purchased the technology for a couple of different use cases. One use case was actually to provide high availability across different installations of Oracle databases. We do logical replication in a clustered environment for databases. It was built to replace a couple of older technologies like Oracle Streams, Oracle Change Data Capture. And the second big use case for Golden Gate is we use it for data integration to feed data warehouses, data lakes, data marts, synchronizing between different databases, et cetera. So it's the core part of our data integration platform. So today, Golden Gate's a pretty big business. It's about a $1 billion business globally. We have around 10,000 customers globally using Golden Gate, mostly the biggest customers. Everybody here is probably making Golden Gate transactions every day. If you do a banking transaction, if you make a phone call, if you make an e-commerce transaction, all the payments platforms use it, global payments, et cetera. So Golden Gate is out there. It's usually underneath a lot of the systems that are there. But for Golden Gate today, we do support hundreds of different data stores. So it's not only Oracle database. In fact, a lot of the payments platforms that you do card processing on are probably running on something called HP nonstop systems, and Golden Gate provides high availability for HP nonstop systems. We provide high availability for SQL Server, for MongoDB, for a lot of things. So again, generally for distributed architectures across the network. We do other things besides replication. So we do data integration. We do stream data processing, similar to like Confluent, KSQL, or Flink. We have cloud data pipelines, data governance, real-time observability. All this is in the platform as well. But today we'll talk mostly change data capture and replication. Why AsyncAPI now? In the first 10 years of Golden Gate, focus for Golden Gate was mostly replicating database to database, okay? Asynchronous replication, database to database. It could be in the same one data center or many data centers, but asynchronous replication, database to database, okay? Next 10 years of Golden Gate, really with the emergence of massively parallel processing engines like Teradata, Netezza, Hadoop, where we have MPP data warehousing. Now we see use cases for data warehousing and big data, data lake use cases. Now we're replicating from the transactional system into the analytic MPP environment. So this is, again, asynchronous replication across the network. What we've seen starting back in around 2015 to today is a big shift in the way Golden Gate is being used. We see Golden Gate being used much more for microservices use cases. We actually refactored Golden Gate in 2017 to be a microservices architecture. We see Golden Gate feeding transactions into microservices applications. We see Golden Gate being used to feed transactions into Kafka, JMS, Pulsar, all sorts of things where the applications are now consuming the data events directly from the brokers. And then we see also the multi-cloud use cases. So the cloud use cases are, you know, somebody has an application running on AWS, but their data lake is on Azure. Maybe some other application is on-prem, but they want the data routed between the different data centers, the different cloud regions. They can replicate the transactions with Golden Gate. So for us, looking at AsyncAPI was actually a natural evolution, a normal thing for us to think about where to go so that it's part of an open standards approach, that we're building on top of the asynchronous patterns for event-driven architecture, et cetera. So we see some of the use case. Again, Golden Gate is totally async end-to-end. There's no synchronous processing in Golden Gate. One common use case we see is for transaction outbox. I'll talk a little bit more about that. We also see customers implementing CQRS and Saga patterns using the replication technologies to move the payloads around. And then event streams, as all of you know very well, is becoming a normal part of the architecture discussion for event streaming patterns and just generally speaking, the microservices. And so for us, we do work with Kafka. One of the challenges with Kafka that we've seen, we've had Kafka support in Golden Gate now for, I'm going to say like 7 years. So we have LinkedIn is one of our, actually we worked with LinkedIn originally. They came to us and they used Golden Gate for replication under the LinkedIn platform. Before Kafka was even contributed back to Apache, we were working with them on Golden Gate to Kafka. One of the challenges with Kafka, again, is it's not a transactional system. So when you move DML records into Kafka, you lose the dependencies between your record updates. And one of the normal patterns for Kafka is you do the change data capture, and you generally have one topic per table. But when you have things like foreign key relations and tables and you're doing updates where you have strong dependencies on the tables, when those go into Kafka, you lose all the transactionality of those. And so what it does is it puts the burden on the consumer to maintain consistency in the data. So you have to keep track of the records, what transactions were committed when, then you have to reassemble the data. So this has been a big challenge. Another problem that we see with Kafka is in the event sourcing world, sometimes there's only one consumer. And so Kafka, I think, is still beautiful when there's many consumers, like a one-to-many or many-to-many. You're using it as a true kind of messaging bus. But many use cases we have to consume from another application. And so it's more like a one app to one app kind of thing instead of one to many. And so for those kinds of use cases, Kafka can be overkill because you have to embed HA, you have to manage all the partitioning, you got to do all the lifecycle management, everything just associated with running Kafka. So with Golden Gate, what we've done is we've taken the AsyncAPI standard and we've put this into a feature that we call data streams. So what we can do is we can capture the DDL and the DML from any of the various sources that we capture transactions from the log. Remember, these are push events. This is not polling. When we're doing change data capture, we're essentially getting the transactions on a millisecond level basis as they're pushed to us. You can think of it as sort of like tailing the logs, you know? For every database, every data source is different, but we're seeing the transactions as they're committed over here. We capture, and then what we're doing is we're now making them available as a streaming interface. So our payloads here are actually the streaming events. So we see the insert operations, the update operations, the delete operations, and that's all transmitted as payload in the async API messages that we publish from our interface. So that gives any of the consumers access to real-time DML and DDL. Again, the schema events are also visible here, so you see all the schema changes on the source. We're able to use the code generators provided by the community. We're also working to maybe bring something back for a secure WebSockets implementation. I'll talk about that in just a minute. This enables the event sourcing, transaction outbox patterns on the broker side. For many of our customers, there's some value in bypassing Kafka, and we believe in AsyncAPI. We believe AsyncAPI is the future of asynchronous real-time event-driven architecture. So 2 big use cases for us here. One is application consumers. So in this case, you have applications producing transactions, Golden Gate transmitting the streams as JSON records, and then applications consuming these. So we see this as the consumers typically are going to be some type of application microservice. The second big use case for us is publishing the streams into data lakes and data lakehouse architectures. So we'll have a different format, and those can be fed into the ingestion layer, the bronze layer of a lakehouse, and then analytics can be run on the data downstream in the data lakehouse. So I know the question comes up a lot when I talk to people. So why would you bind your interfaces at the data level? And there's a couple reasons why many of our customers choose to do that. One is it's the commit point for durability. So the moment in time, the precise millisecond when the commit is committed in the data store, that's when data is recoverable. That's the point in time when it's durable forever, right? If you have designed the database the right way or whatever your data store, it could be Mongo or Cassandra or Oracle or whatever. So it's the commit point for durable data. What that means is that this is where you're going to get the lowest latency transmission. If you want to move the data as fast as possible, you don't want to move the data before it's committed, because then if your application crashes before the transaction commits, you'll lose data. If you want to move the data after it's been committed, maybe you have a polling architecture. Every 30 seconds, every 1 minute, you're reading from the outbox or something. Well, that's adding latency because now you're polling the tables and you have all the flow to commit the data and then read the data back out through a SQL client. So what we get with this type of approach with change data capture is you get the lowest possible latency to transmit the data events as they're happening. And then the third thing here is that we can automate the whole process. By doing it at this level, we can actually automate all the publishing process of getting the data out. We automate the construction of the schemas and the payloads, so you can now push the data to your consumers. So let's look at a couple of patterns here. What I want to mention, that I don't know if this translates in Spanish, but in the US we say there's no free lunch. No, and I'm talking about here for data bindings. That means somebody has to pay. Always somebody is paying for lunch. And so in the case of doing data bindings at the message level, the work either has to be done by the producer, or the work has to be done by the consumer, or I'm adding a third case here, sometimes it's actually done by the DBAs. Actually, and this is many legacy applications are written with interface tables to publish the data through the views of the database. And so we can support all of these patterns. So for producer-friendly data publishing, that means no changes to the applications, no changes to the base tables. What we do is we read the transactions from the logs of the base system, and then we publish those, the data and the schema changes, all in a stream of JSON objects that can then be consumed by the receiving applications. This logic in the receiving app, the consumer application, can detect the schema changes, and it can consume the payloads, the message format. So you see, again, all the inserts, all the updates, and the deletes. And so now you can consume those in the app. Now, the benefit for this is very easy for the producer. They don't have to change anything on the source application. They don't have to change anything in the schema. No outbox tables, no nothing like that. The schema metadata is here in the payload. So if people are worried about, oh, what if I add a column, or what if I change a column metadata or something, all of the changes are in there. You can decide on the consumer side if you want to react to those changes or how you want to react to those changes. Now, of course, the cons is that this is binding to the base tables. And I know, especially in the microservices community, sometimes there's purists out there that say, well, no, no, no. I don't want to expose my implementation details to the downstream consumers. So maybe for some people this is a negative. But again, this is a pattern that we see people using. For the consumer-friendly data consumption, I was really interested to see Ivan's presentation here. So let's say you have a transactional outbox built with ZenWave, right? So that would be up here in the application tier, and you're automating with ZenWave the process of doing the transactional commits with the JSON payloads in your outbox table. So you've got your outbox tables, you're constructing your JSON payloads, you save those in the outbox table. Now what we can do with the Golden Gate side is we read the logs over here. So as soon as the commit happens with your payload in the outbox table, we'll take that JSON payload and we're going to move it downstream to whatever your target is. Or in this case, we're publishing it on AsyncAPI data stream. So your consumer is subscribing to a channel, right? And they're going to receive that JSON payload over here. Now, depending on, I like the discussion also on like who owns the definition of the payloads. Sometimes the consumer says what the JSON definition is. They define the objects. Sometimes the producers decide what the definition of the payload is. We can support either way in this. Whatever the construction is on the message payload, you can receive it over here. But if it's been defined by the consumer, they don't have to do anything. They just consume the JSON objects as they've been defined. So obviously for this approach, it's easier for the customer, the consumer, if they're dictating the message or the JSON payload structure. This is, could be obviously favorable by so-called traditional microservices developers that want to isolate the implementation details separate from the outbox, right? So this gives you the outbox pattern. And then, but of course the negatives is that it puts the burden of the maintenance of the JSON objects on the producer side. So if something changes on the source application, the developer, well, if they're using ZenWave, maybe it's automatic. But for other people, maybe they have to recode the JSON structures. And then, so that can require some changes to the existing applications. So the third pattern that we see, this is really very common with a lot of legacy applications. So in fact, we were just earlier this week talking with Santander about their use cases. So if you have a legacy application, maybe in a mainframe or some old application, like everybody's retired and nobody's working on the code anymore, so they can't change this piece of it, but they've got something down here in their database. They got their source schemas over here. But what the DBAs can do is they can create view tables that actually maintain the transformations from the third normal form to the interface tables that are being published for external consumption. Then we run change data capture on this process, make it available through AsyncAPI, and then the JSON can be consumed directly through the streaming interface there. So this, I was trying to think about how to explain when this is useful. For bigger companies, many times these are all different teams. Right? So the apps team could be under one organization. The DBA team is like in a shared service organization, different org. They just take care of the databases, right? And then you have your consumers that are also in different business units, right? So you have these different teams all over the organization. If sometimes it's actually easiest to actually just make the data available in this tier because the IT service organization can actually modify this, but they don't own the apps. And so that's something that we see come up every once in a while. All right, so how does this work? So in Golden Gate, the producer decides which databases, tables, and columns they want to publish. They use our administration microservice to set up the capture process to read the logs. And then they configure what's called our distribution service. You can think of this as the broker. We have a distribution microservice. The distribution microservice is what's publishing the async APIs. And so that sets up our pub sub REST APIs to bind and consume the payloads. So on the consumer side, they're going to use our REST APIs or our user interface to browse the channels. That, by the way, every Golden Gate, what we call trail, is published as a channel. So there can be multiple channels per distribution service. So they browse what the channels are. They select which channel they want. We're going to give them the YAML document that they can use to generate the client bindings. So they generate the client bindings and then fill out the logic to process the payloads, and then they can begin consuming the transactions. So that's kind of what the end-to-end flow looks like for us. I'll give you a couple examples here. So this is the Golden Gate microservice, what we call the broker distribution service. So we have these objects called data streams. These are the channels, right? And so each stream is a channel. When we create new streams, we're essentially we're attaching the channel to an internal artifact in Golden Gate called the trail. The trail is what is defined as the which tables and columns you're capturing from, essentially. And so that's been defined. That's actually been defined earlier over here. I'm not showing you those screenshots, but once it's been defined, you just say, what is it? And then today our default encoding is JSON. I'll talk about what we're adding more formats in the future. And then you can also define a quality of service. So we support exact once processing. We support at most once and also at least once. So your QoS can be defined how Golden Gate will behave in case of different breaks in the logs that are flowing. So Golden Gate is capable. This is important, right? For the use cases where you need high consistency, we can support the exact once processing model on the transactions. We can filter per channel. So let's say, for example, I have an outbox and I have different JSON documents that go on my outbox. I want one of my friends to only see certain payloads, only certain JSON documents. I can actually set up by object type or a value and then define the payloads which are visible on that channel. So I can have one outbox, multiple payloads, and then I can define a channel for each consumer to consume different payloads from a single outbox table. So that's something that can be set up here. Also, of course, you can filter by table, by column, et cetera. So you can define what's exposed. All right. So typically with Golden Gate, most of our customers use a secure WebSockets connection. And so one of the things that we're looking at building into the platform, hopefully contributing back to the AsyncAPI community, is a secure WebSocket implementation. Today, this is still in an Oracle developer's GitHub, and then hopefully in the next couple of months we can look at contributing this back and bringing it into AsyncAPI as well. But this is something that we have right now in our area. All right, what we're doing, I showed you before the screen with the channels and the streams. One of the things that we're looking at is, can we bring the AsyncAPI Studio into our JavaScript application? So this is all a JavaScript app that runs in a browser, and we're looking at bringing the AsyncAPI Studio in so that when I go in to my channels and I click on details, I bring up the Studio, and then the Studio shows me all the normal AsyncAPI Studio options. And that's something that we want to make available to our customers through the Golden Gate user interface. So today what our YAML looks like, we have 6 different schemas. We have a schema for the DML, the inserts, the updates, the deletes. We have a schema for the DDLs, alter table commands, add, drop, et cetera. We have object metadata and stream metadata, and then we have the parent types that essentially drive these. So that's what we put in our messages for the payloads. So this is what we've defined as our YAML. This is an example of the client code that's generated. So today, this is mostly interface, right? So all of this is just connecting and binding to our clients. This is where the data processing would happen. So today, I was interested, the presentation earlier about being able to generate objects for the payloads, from the message payloads was quite interesting. We don't do that today. We're just generating the stubs for the interfaces, and then our customers would have to implement the logic to parse the payloads, essentially. So this is what our payload looks like. So you can see we've got the qualified object name for the tables. We have the different op types, insert, updates, and deletes, timestamps, positions, and then for change data capture, usually what you get is you get a before image and you get an after image. So typically with like an update, you're going to see what that row looks like before, and you're going to see what the row looks like after. And everything here is typically driven by keys, but we can also use synthetic keys with Golden Gate. So that's what the payload looks like. This is what our JSON looks like in terms of the message construction. I don't have time. Again, options on the service, we expect most of the time will be used as a secure WebSockets implementation. I mentioned the payload service levels. We think most of the time people will use exact once. In the exact once model, Golden Gate will guarantee that you only get the transactions one time and every time. There will be some use cases where at most once processing may be tolerated. So if there's gaps in the streaming records, or in the at least once model, if you are okay with duplicates, then you may want to reprocess the duplicates. Golden Gate will send the duplicates through the AsyncAPI service. And generally, the start position is the other important parameter. When you connect to the AsyncAPI service, you can choose to start processing the stream at the current point in time, and you only receive the events going forward, or you can go back to the beginning. And the beginning is defined by the producer. It could be 2 hours, 2 days, 2 months, whatever, of data that's held in the ledger. So Golden Gate is maintaining a ledger of historic transactions. And if you choose the earliest position, essentially it will start pushing you all the transactions that it has available to it going back in time. So what we're looking at for the future here is adding more formatters for the application consumer. So that would be JSON, Avro, XML, protobuf, and typically those are the application formats for app messages. But on the analytics side, we also see a lot of interest and value in publishing more of the analytical data formats, which would be Parquet, Delta, Iceberg, those kind of things. So pushing into a data lake or a data lake house. I think like Databricks or Snowflake actually consumes Avro. But we're going to look at bringing cloud events in as the payload. So today we publish our own schemas that have been defined by us, and these are pretty close to what we process in Golden Gate. But in the future, we also want to provide a cloud events formatted payload that, again, should help further automate the generation of the code that processes our message payloads. Business object semantics. So we've been working on features actually in the Oracle database. It's called the JSON relational duality, so that your database is maintaining records in a relational format, but it's publishing transparently to JSON. And we'll be able to tie in with that so that the business object definitions inside the database are now published out. So you're not dealing at that point with physical tables. You actually just have the JSON payloads directly from inside the database. And then also stream processing. So I mentioned we have another part of the Golden Gate portfolio that's a little bit like Apache Flink or Confluent KSQL, something like this, or it actually runs on Spark Streaming. And so what we'll do is we'll put the async API at the end of the pipeline. So as the data is coming in, we can do the stream processing in the stream with all the windowing technology for stream processing. And then what we'll do is we'll publish an async API for the output as a sync to the pipeline, so that consumers subscribe to the pipeline sync, and they'll receive the messages coming out of that. So that's something that we have planned for the future. And that was it. So I hope that wasn't too much time. Happy to take any questions if there's an interest there. Long day. All right.
Well, thanks, first of all, for the presentation. I kind of have a bunch of questions and kind of also to raise awareness. So things I want to share. So we're in the process of rebuilding Studio UI, and I see that you have it embedded in your product.
Nice.
So let's make sure that we align on this, because we don't want to break you. That's the first thing.
Big changes coming?
Yes, it's a big one, actually.
Okay.
So we're not getting rid of this, but yeah, it's changing. What else? So another one is to raise awareness is cloud events is going to be proposed. Actually, I'm going to be proposing it to be added to AsyncAPI 3.
Oh, okay.
3.1, 3.2. Let's see. I don't know. At some not 3.0. Otherwise, this guy here will kill me. He was already like, "What the fuck are you saying?" So yeah, and yeah, and I was curious. In one of your previous slides, if you can go back, please.
Sure.
Is one with the AsyncAPI symbol in the middle on the Golden Gate logo.
It was on one of the PowerPoint diagrams.
Yes.
Like this one up here, but I think there's a bigger
this one,
version like
yeah,
that.
this one, exactly. So this one, like, I'm a little bit confused. So what are you doing exactly here with AsyncAPI? Are you, kinda, I don't think you're validating the data because it's coming from the database already committed. It's already there, right? So what you're exposing is the AsyncAPI file so that the consumers can get it, can use this AsyncAPI file as a...
And the interface is the AsyncAPI.
So the consumer knows what's the AsyncAPI definition of that stream, right?
So previously, before we did this with Golden Gate, Golden Gate did not support a subscription API. So AsyncAPI for us is essentially becoming the subscription API for consumers to subscribe to these event streams. Before, what Golden Gate would always do is it would push it. So like when we've been supporting Kafka, we have something called a Replication process that's actually pushing the data into the Kafka topics, and then the consumer would come to the Kafka topics and subscribe to the Kafka topics. So now with AsyncAPI, by putting this implementation here, we have a REST-based subscription API that's using AsyncAPI and defined by YAML.
Awesome. Thanks. That clarifies a lot. Thanks.
Cool.
Any more questions?
Okay.
Let's connect. Yeah.
Yeah, absolutely.
Thanks
Thank
a lot.
you guys. Appreciate your time. Yeah.